Hi Ashish, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you, Sachin?
Ekdam first class. You tell me, how are you?
Good.
What's happening up there?
Calcutta?
Yeah, Calcutta.
So today we have a lockdown here. Uh,
Okay.
so it's quite okay. No, things are okay. Things are moving.
Okay.
Things are moving. So right now, I think that's the most important thing. As long as things can keep moving. Hi,
Good
Saurabh.
afternoon, Sachin ji.
Hi Devashish bhai. Ji, kaise
How are you,
hain?
sir?
Good to see you again.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Very good, very good. Good to see you. Actually, we are honored you are coming to us.
Please don't.
See, with online events, actually getting people is not an issue because otherwise traveling to attend a conference is actually a very, very big issue. Because we are lucky to have Sachin with us a second time now in the last
Yeah,
8
yeah.
days. So
We are really lucky.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your time. I'm lucky.
But I think with online events, it's become easier for people to participate, and
Yeah.
people don't mind also giving time.
Yeah.
Even Ashish ji, even small meetings, also it is happening very easily to get people and having meetings.
Yeah. No, even Government of India meetings are happening on Teams now, so that is also not an issue.
And in an odd time like 8:39 we are meeting, convenient for all of us. So
It is no, sorry.
that
It is not convenient, but we are being forced to meet at 8:39.
But okay, it is easy at least for 10 minutes. Otherwise, to physically have a meeting is not possible.
I know.
We should now start meetings with a glass of whiskey in the hand after 8:30.
Yes, we can always do that. But we do that with group of friends actually. So hi Shakat.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I tried to connect Mr. Rajiv call into this meeting.
We have 3 more minutes to go, so
Devashish, what is going to be the format like?
Format like is there is opening remark by our chairman, CII West Bengal State Council, Mr. Mehul Muanka. Then the theme address by Ashish Gupta. Then address by our chief guest today, Dr. Amit Mitra, Honorable Minister of Finance, IT, Government of West Bengal. And then we have Vinit Kumar, you, Saurabh Sood, and Julian Bevis. These 4 gentlemen, which Ashish is moderating, this panel. Then the next panel is of Vandana Jadhav, who is the Secretary Industry, Government of West Bengal.
no.
Sucharita Basu. Hello.
Yeah, carry on.
Then Sucharita Basu, Gaurav Sharma, Chandra, there is another group of people. We have also got today the MD WBTC, Rajveer Singh Kapoor. We have got one Pratik Jalan, Souvik Mandal, through our one. So we have got good panel for today. And Dr. Amit Mitra will be the chief guest, our finance minister. So more or less, this is the program. And today we are concluding. This is the 3rd day, and we will be concluding this colloquium.
Chairman, Honorable Minister has already joined.
Hi.
Good
Namaskar.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm 1 minute early, Mohammed Mehul.
Not a problem, sir. We know about your punctuality, sir.
No. Am I visible?
Yes, sir. You're visible and audible. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
Dipankar, should we start?
Yeah, we can good to go right now.
All right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of CII and on my personal behalf, I'm welcoming everybody to the 13th edition of Logistics Colloquium. So friends, we are gathered here today for the valedictory session of 13th edition of CII Logistics Colloquium with an agenda to deliberate on the pertinent issues of some identified spectrum of the sector. The main areas of focus would revolve around the policies of Government of West Bengal in terms of promoting the sunshine sector. Logistics Colloquium is a leading forum in Eastern India and that has evolved over the years into a unique platform for key logistic players, policymakers, industry stakeholders, freight operator, and supply chain professionals to discuss policy perspective, issues of concern, and share best practices to create a roadmap for the development. So the theme for valedictory sessions today is ACM interlinkages, multimodal connectivity, railways, and warehousing. We are honored to have some of the most renowned and eminent dignitaries of the logistic fraternity who are agreeing to grace the occasion today. And I'm really delighted to announce that Dr. Amit Mitra, Honorable Minister of Finance, IT, Industry, Commerce, and MSME and Textile, Government of West Bengal, has kindly agreed to grace the occasion as a chief guest. Other dignitaries for today's seminars are Ms. Vandana Jadhav, IAS, Secretary Industry and Commerce and Enterprises, Government of West Bengal, Mr. Vinit Kumar, IRAC, Chairman, Kolkata Port Trust, Mr. Ranveer Singh Kapoor, IAS, Managing Director, WBTC, Mr. Sachin Bhanusali, Managing Director, Gateway Rail, Mr. Saurabh Sood, Managing Director, GATEX, Mr. Julian Vevis, Director, Marks Shipping, Mr. Mehul Mohanka, Chairman, West Bengal State Council and Managing Director and Group CEO, Tega Industries, Mr. Gaurav Sharma, Director, YESR, Ms. Sucharita Basu, Mr. Chandra Agarwal, Managing Director, TCI Express, Mr. Shaubhik Mondal, CEO, APJ Real Estate, Mr. Abhishek Mukherjee, Technical Director, KPMG, Mr. Pratik Jalan, Managing Director, Jalan Builders, Mr. Dhruv Agarwal, Director, ProSpace, and Mr. Ashish Gupta, Chairman, CII Logistics Subcommittee, Eastern Region, and Managing Director, TMILL. Mr. Debashish Datta, Co-Chairman of CII Logistics Subcommittee, Eastern Region, and President, Replay and Company Limited. And also we have today Mr. Pramod Srivastav, Co-Chairman, CII Logistics Subcommittee, and Chairman, Allied ICT Services Limited. With this, I request Mr. Mehul Mohanka, Chairman, CII West Bengal State Council, to give the welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Mohanka.
Thank you, Dipankar. Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Mitra, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be delivering the welcome address for today's Logistics Colloquium, which also happens to be a leading forum in Eastern India that has evolved over the years into a unique platform for key logistics players, policymakers, industry stakeholders, freight operators, and supply chain professionals to discuss policy perspectives, issues of concern, and share best practices to create a roadmap for development. The last edition of the colloquium deliberated on the subject which revolves around connectivity for the future, better infrastructure, efficient mechanism, where we focused on supply chain management, warehousing, and logistics infrastructure. The colloquium in its 11th edition discussed upon redefining logistics, pursuing strategic connectivity and better delivery, which talked about last mile connectivity, multimodal operations, and port.
as well as hinterland connectivity. We are gathered here today for the 13th edition of the CII Logistics Colloquium with an agenda to deliberate on the pertinent issues of the sector post the pandemic. This year, in its 13th edition, the colloquium did focus upon interlinkages beyond barriers, port connectivity, inland waterways, and coastal shipping. The theme for today's session is SCM interlinkages, the role of multimodal connectivity, railways, ICD, and warehousing. We had organized previously 2 sessions where we tried to identify the issues of port infrastructure, challenges of EXIM trade being faced post-COVID-19, issues of customs clearing agencies, and freight forwarders. I'd like to take this opportunity to once again welcome Dr. Mitra, Honorable Minister of Finance, IT, Industry, and Commerce, as well as MSME, Government of West Bengal. Sir, on behalf of CII, I would like to thank you for your unwavering support to CII's industry-led initiatives such as this one. Today, we would like you to address the policies of West Bengal government for warehousing players, as we know that how much passionately you are encouraging companies to operate in this segment. We are grateful that you've agreed to address us today, and I'm sure for us, one of the key takeaways amongst many would be the state government's position on West Bengal as an investment destination for the logistics sector. I would like to take this moment to apprise you that from CII Logistics Subcommittee and West Bengal State Council, we have represented the industry issues in various forums and to the highest decision-making authority to both state and central governments, where we achieved some success. The issue of carrying fly ash through inland waterways for the benefit of the power plants has been resolved with our persuasion and is acknowledged by the ministry as well. We have intrinsically worked with Mr. Vineet Kumar, IRSEE, Chairman, Kolkata Port Trust, to solve many issues during this phase. I would like to assure you, sir, that as the apex body, you would always have our commitment and support. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Ashish Gupta, Chairman, Logistics and SCM Subcommittee, Eastern Region, to kindly deliver the theme address. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohanka, for your kind words and the introduction to the entire event. And first and foremost, I would like to welcome Dr. Amit Mitra, Honorable Minister of Finance, IT, Industry, and MSME, Government of West Bengal. Sir, you have been there with us in the last 2 editions also, and we have seen your passion around the subject of logistics and how quickly clearances are being given in the state of West Bengal, and we have heard you narrate stories about what West Bengal state government is doing to promote this sector especially. And this topic actually for today, which is around the supply chain linkages, especially with respect to multimodal linkages, was very much evident actually, during the pandemic. So immediately as we stopped, all the operations were stopped, everything stopped, and then we suddenly realized that we had to keep the industry running. And we realized the importance of West Bengal there, because West Bengal, fortunately, is the only state which is connected by rail, road. It has a large coastline. It has riverine ports. It is connected to, almost you can go to the heart of UP, and you can go into northeast from here, and there are no state borders, and seamless possibilities of transportation are possible. And to a surprise, the speed at which both the state and central governments worked during the pandemic to give approvals, to change policies, to facilitate trade, to facilitate industry was actually amazing. And on behalf of all of us here in the industry, for the logistics industry, sir, I would like to thank the West Bengal state government, all the government officials, the ministries, for ensuring that the industry did not stop. There were some hindrances because all of us were actually dealing with this type of a situation for the first time in our lives. That included not only the private sector but the government of India, government of West Bengal, and everybody was trying to do their best. And I think the best part was the intent to keep things running and to make things happen.
Laptops, desktops, they've all gone into a very major process because that is most easiest. Because you don't have to connect with people and meet a number of people. And of course, other products that e-commerce is providing, for which you need warehousing, for which you need logistical capacity. I'm happy with that. Let me also submit to you that many of you may or may not know that there are several big structures that are connecting with West Bengal. Amritsar Kolkata Industrial Corridor. This was initiated when Mamata Banerjee, my chief minister, was the railway minister. And I happened to be chairman of the experts committee of the railways at that time. It was pushed to come to Dankuni, which itself was a big achievement. Though it is taking more time than we expected, you'd be happy to know that 2,260 acres of land in Raghunathpur has already been offered and given to the central government by the state government. And we are the only two states that have successfully done so on the corridor. Now, work is on. It's not that it is not on. I think this will be a big value proposition for warehousing as well as logistics in West Bengal. The second one that you may watch for is Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, BBIN corridor, motor vehicles, etc. I think this one is another logistical opportunity, which is in the political economy of foreign policy in our country. The third one, which I think you may look out for and learn more about, is something I had dealt with in my past life, is BCIM corridor, Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar. And I think CII at that time, Mehulji, you may not be knowing, because you were much younger then, the CII took a motorcade all the way to Myanmar and further down. Did you know that? Perhaps you did.
No, sir, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, so there I was one of the people who were pushing that, though I was not in CII, but I felt it was a good move. Now, Bay of Bengal initiative in the form of Bangladesh, PIMSTEC is another economic formation of the central government, which interestingly, all of these engage West Bengal, not all states. It so happens that West Bengal is somehow engaged in all of these structures that are coming up and going on. So you may want to take a deeper look at some of these international policies, which are somewhat helpful. Let me go straight to the point on where is it that we are focusing on. We are the third largest state in the country in terms of road coverage across the country. We are the third largest. Highest rail density among all states. So there again, you have another component of the logistics that in which we are absolutely first rate. Inland waterways. By the way, we have 295 rivers in West Bengal. Now, even if 1/3 of them become navigable, you can imagine the waterway revolution that can happen in the coming years. And I think we also are working with the government of India and wherever required, like port authorities are engaged with us. And we are very happy that this is a challenge that with industry we have to do together, part of the multimodal process. Home to the largest airport in Eastern India and 2 other airports, by the way. One, of course, is Bagdogra, and the other is the first ever. Make it clear that COVID, of course, has a different hit altogether. But prior to COVID, quarter after quarter, India was doing poorly on the whole. And I think Indian leadership at the national level could have done much better. But there was already, unfortunately, a slowdown when we hit COVID. Had we been strong in growing close to what West Bengal was doing, 7-8%, I think we would have entered the COVID pandemic in a slightly stronger position. But unfortunately, we didn't. Now, let me come back to the logistics part. what is the kind of, having indicated to you the macroeconomic parameters, let me go to the logistics market in West Bengal. Very, very important. কত হবে ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলের লজিস্টিক্স মার্কেট আমাদের অনুমান অনুযায়ী কত হবে? How much would it be? Well, our logistics market is worth 20 billion US dollars, West Bengal, 20 billion US dollars. So that is a very attractive proposition for business. We have the multimodal logistics industry, not everybody has, because we have rail, we have road, we have waterways. And there are people who are looking at positioning themselves in the multimodal environment. I know of a company that is developing their own 100-acre park, and they told me that they're getting a lot of possibilities of interest being expressed to do this because they can connect with the river and they are right on the highway as well as the rail corridor. So your topic today is multimodal. West Bengal is unique in its multimodal capacity because of the nature of our positioning. Now, I'm not even talking about, aside from the ones I spoke about, the entire Northeast, which I think in your opening remarks, the chairman did indicate, entire Northeast, and of course, I've given you the details on Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal. And all this involves multimodal. Now, let me turn to another element. What is the Kolkata's consumer base? Kolkata alone. It's 14 million consumers in Kolkata. Now, 14 million consumers in one city. Now, what is it that in inclusive of Northeast metropolitan regions, 46 million population in the Northeast of India. Now, therefore, you are talking about a very large market for logistics. Let me come specifically to 5 areas where we have met with success. Dankuni, Durgapur, Rajpur, Malda, which again you're going up the state now, and Shiliguri. These are areas where we are seeing investment flows. Now, you may want to know what are the sectors within these areas that we would like to focus on. One is, if somebody can take it up, is a tea hub. Bengal is the tea center. Can there be a logistics tea hub where tea comes in, tea goes out, and we are expecting already some interest has been shown. This would be a very interesting area for logistical opportunity. Now, Durgapur, what is it that is happening there? Chemicals, fertilizers. As you know, the largest fertilizer plant in the world in terms of coal bed methane has been established already. It is in trial production, is in Panagarh, nearby. So you have chemicals, fertilizer, polyfibers, solar panels. Now, yesterday in the webinar with AmCham, American Chamber of Commerce, the Consulate General of West Bengal emphasized the renewable sector in West Bengal. You'd be happy to know that one big company, I don't want to mention just now, the largest company perhaps in India, is already looking at a 400 megawatt solar plant. So we have in this area, there'll be storage of the panels, there'll be disposal of the panels to the areas, and that's Durgapur. Now, LED manufacturing is being stored there, food packaging, etc. And so basically we are looking at Durgapur as a major hub, as the second possibility. It's already functioning. You can take a look at that as a business person. Tajpur, of course, has food processing, chemicals, petrochemicals. As you know, Haldia Petrochemical, that was locked for many, many years. We were able to open it, 97% capacity. And I believe the money made there, with that money, the promoter from United States, Mr. P.C. Chatterjee, may have, with that money or other monies, have bought off Mitsubishi Chemicals. So here you have a Tajpur nearby, which is food processing, chemicals, petroleum, petrochemicals. Then for the fourth area is Shiliguri. Shiliguri is growing very fast. So some of you may want to take advantage of that. Agro-food processing, jute products, because from that northern belt we have 40 lakh jute farmers. So we are looking at that. Tea packaging, as I said. Now we go to Malda. Malda again is beginning to show promise. So we will have to work with you to fructify that promise. Now then we go to perishable cargo hub. We are the largest producer of vegetables in India. I don't know whether you knew that. Second largest producer of fruits in India. And 40% probably perish because of not having sufficient food processing happening out of it. Not only warehousing, but you have a cold chain process. So perishable cargo hub. And Dankuni, gems and jewelry, food processing, of course, auto parts, textiles, apparel. So 5 areas I have delineated for you, which already, and these are not theoretical stuff, this is real stuff that is growing. Let me come now to the success stories among you. Flipkart, Uluberia, already has, and this is, by the way, this is Vandana Yadav's WBIDC land. I'm very happy that ESR has brought in others into this park. 6,000 people are working there. I believe that Flipkart is doing well there. They've completed the project. I believe it should come up anytime, in addition to the one they already have. The second one, that is Flipkart's success, which some of you may know, they have taken 100 acres of land from the industry department in Kolani, and they are building perhaps one of the largest warehouses, their logistics hub on a 100-acre land with 1,000 crores investment. And their DPR says they will employ 12,000 people. Now, I am assuming that even if 10,000 people get employed by that unit, which is under construction right now, no problem. They have moved forward. They're doing it at a very fast pace. Srijan in Howrah, I believe industry secretary and others went and saw it. They were very impressed. I myself, a few years ago, inaugurated, the Kishore Biani himself came, their own warehouse. And I was amazed. 2.5 lakh packages were moving per day. Where? In Bardhaman. And they had employed 500 local boys and girls, which is very encouraging indeed. I saw for myself what a small logistic operation of 2.5 lakh packages can do to the local economy. Now, let me turn to a few other issues. One, of course, would be policy. I think Mr. Mohanka also spoke of, and the chairman of the Logistics Council spoke of policy. You'll be happy to know, and which Vandana Yadavji will throw more light on. Logistics sector development policy of West Bengal is ready. Now, we would like serious inputs from you. I think the industry secretary will bring that to you. One would be integrating the fragmented logistics sector. That's one of our objectives. How do you integrate the fragmented logistics sector across multimodal processes? Second is driving efficiency in storage infrastructure. It's one of the policy issues that we would like to push forward with your help. Third will be optimizing land cost and capital requirements. How do we optimize? We are already working on it. The IGR rate, which is on the basis of which you pay stamp duty. We're already working on that to see how do we optimize the land cost and capital requirement. Now, fourth will be building logistics-based skill sets. I think it would be very useful for CII to consider training institutions specific to logistics. There are a lot of technicalities involved in this. You're having to hire person power, employees, and you're retraining them. What about CII taking up, from your committee here, taking up the logistics skill creation, which is a very specialized nature? And then, of course, fostering technology adoption. As I saw for myself 3 years ago in the logistics hub in Bardhaman, here was a young man with a little gadget. He was pointing at a little a carton. So I said, so I can see the code on the carton. He proudly said to me, you don't know. I said, tell me. He said, there are 25 T-shirts inside the carton. All of those T-shirts have a code, obviously by color, etc. I am picking up not the carton which you can see. I am picking up with this little gadget each of those T-shirts into my machine, which then gets transmitted to the computer system in the warehouse. Now, this was 3 years ago. I'm sure that technology has advanced a lot. I think one important element in all of this policy will address is last mile connectivity. This would become very important. I think this is a problem that you face, and we will try to see how do you do last mile connectivity. On the whole, this policy matter, we would like you to vet and then come back to us and tell us this is what you should be doing. We may or may not be able to accept what you say because policies have many dimensions, but at least we would like to hear it out. Now, land on offer. I want to make this case very strongly. Ready today. There is land on offer, which Mrs. Yadav will, Secretary Industry, will elaborate further. Building rules. You can give us suggestions on building rules, which help you. And feedback policy. So I am hoping that CII Logistics Colloquium will bring forward suggestions which we will examine. As far as multimodal transport is concerned, I think you will hear more about it in the rest of the discussion. It's a very, very important area. Now, I'll give you one offer. Haldia has 300 acres of land available to WBIDC, of which the managing director is Mrs. Yadav. I happen to be chairperson of that. If CII, and this is a gauntlet I'm throwing to you, if you can create a massive logistics park, and Haldia is ideal because you have port access, you have rail access. In this manner, you take at least 2, if not 3, park options where you would like to move forward with the government. And I am requesting CII, take up one of these projects from your committee. Work with the government. Ms. Yadav would be happy to help you with that. We have ready land. The point I'm making is ready land. So as you know, the Tata Hitachi, which is now more, I mean, Hitachi probably has majority. They closed down their Tata Nagar factory and moved 250 crores worth of machinery into our park where they were already there in a big way. Why? And now they are going into the next phase of mining machinery. I want to understand how logistical process can help. They'll have difficulty with those massive mining machinery. How do they move it? How do they warehouse it? I'll give another example. Cement. West Bengal today is perhaps the largest cement hub of India. 9 major cement companies have invested in West Bengal, 6 of which have done after we came to office. I believe the 10th one, don't want to name it, They were trying to get private land. I told them 2 years ago, we have land in industrial, in WBRDC, we'll give you the land. Now they've come back and said that is a much better idea. So now cement requires a lot of logistical movement. You need sidings of railways to load. You need unload. There are storage issues for cement. And we are the largest hub here. Steel. Not only is Durgapur steel plant in West Bengal, but we have huge amount of steel activity. In fact, it's 10% of our exports, more than 10%, about maybe 12% of our exports is steel. All kinds of steel. Now that requires a lot of logistical activity, including river transportation, because that's a heavy equipment. So my submission to you today is, please take into consideration some of the areas that I have delineated. Take advantage of the international agreements that we have, aside from ASEAN. Yesterday, I was told ASEAN is the shortest point of 2 weeks supply. This was a company speaking yesterday for the AmCham, an American company, which does chemicals and specialty chemicals. They said, we are very happy because we are quickly able to bring products from Malaysia, which are inputs for us, and then export out. So entire ASEAN is at your doorstep. So with all of this, I would conclude by submitting to you, what are the deliverables from today's meeting? I always tell Mehul Bhai, give me deliverables. One deliverable is vet the policy, give us suggestions. And let me tell you in advance, what suggestions you give, not all of them we will be able to keep. We will do our best in looking at the policies that your suggestions are taken seriously look at. Of course, Kolkata Port Authority chairperson is here. He will, I'm sure, will speak on the connectivities. The second deliverable that I would like to seek from CII is, please take one park or a section of a park, which the government has, so there's no land issues, and see if you can convert that into a world-class logistics hub that everybody will look up to. In Eastern India, West Bengal is the driver. You have Bihar, you have UP with no ports, with Jharkhand no ports. On the other side, you have Bangladesh, which has port, but huge exports from goes through West Bengal. And then you have Bhutan, you have Nepal. So can you identify in northern Bengal, maybe Siliguri area, we have industrial parks ready for you. Take one logistics park. CII takes a logistics park to cover the entire Northeast and 8 sisters, including Sikkim, and Bhutan and Nepal, that region. You take a logistics park in Haldia area, which has port access, and you can consider a logistics park middle of the way, something like Panagarh, which is right on the highway, right on the railway, where the movements from the Amritsar Dankuni freight corridor tomorrow will become very, very lucrative. So my submission is, give us some deliverables and we will work shoulder to shoulder with you. This is, logistical hubs are one of the most important elements of Bengal's industrial policy. Part of the reason is massive employment. Now, 1,000 crores investment by Flipkart brings 10 or 12,000 people employed. What is the government there for? Its first objective is to provide livelihoods in a productive, competitive, efficient manner. And I can see Flipkart as an example. Is a very clear case. I can give you many such. ESR is doing a tremendous amount of work. They are a global company present in 6 countries. Bring the people here. Amazon is there, by the way, in the same park. 1 or 2 others are there. Therefore, I would say, let's deliver. Discussions are always good, but minimal deliverables have to be structured in a conclave like this. Then all of our time would be worthwhile. I appeal to CII, Number one, look at the policy document, give us feedback. Number two, I expect CII next year when we have this, or whenever you have it, you'll be able to tell the government, look, we have identified X, Y, Z parks to be able to work with the government because government has land available for you. I think Ms. Yadav will tell you about that. Ready to go. And given that the GDP of West Bengal is growing at double the pace of India, and it has been a consistent trend, double. Every parameter, fiscal deficit, we are significantly lower than India. This is before COVID. So it's a rising state that is going to capture the fourth largest economy of the country. Our target is to move to a higher order, and logistics will play a critical role. I'm sorry I've taken more time than allocated to me. I thought I will bring to you the macro, the global, as well as go down to the micro, and then end with a gauntlet thrown, a challenge thrown to you. CII, deliver. And we shall be there, shoulder to shoulder with you. Thank you very much, each one of you who are participating in this very important webinar. Namaskar. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. It was very enlightening, and we could see glimpses of the old economist speaking to us. And so, for your information, we have more than 1,000 people who have logged in today for this session, which is a great audience to have for a webinar. And so we have a few questions. So we have taken all the questions so that the proceedings move fast. So, sir, while we deliberated upon logistics policy coming up, so I think one area which normally gets ignored is air freighting, air freight stations and all.
Yes.
So we had a question from Mr. Sumit Sarkar from Macquarie Shipping, and so his basic question is, what is the West Bengal government's policy on creation of air freight stations? So, or is that aspect being covered in the new policy or not?
Yes, of course, air freight is very important. Right now, of course, air freight is frozen. In fact, I had some very important academic friend of mine who sent me some very important paper by courier. I haven't got it. It's been 2 months because he said the passenger flights are not there, or very few. But air freight is very, very important indeed. And I think it will be a part of the multimodal policy. You're talking about rivers, and I have already said that you have 3 airports in West Bengal. Kolkata, of course, is the biggest. Then you have very many increase in flights in Bagdogra because, I don't know whether you know, the aviation turbine fuel tax in Bagdogra is 0. Whereas it is 30%, 25% in most airports. And in Kolkata airport, we reduced the aviation fuel tax to 15% in place of the 25% that is normal in Delhi or Mumbai. And in the Panagarh, in the Kaji Nazrul Islam airport in Ondal, it is 0. So 2 airports have 0 aviation turbine fuel tax. State is sacrificing that. So I think you're looking at air terminals at 3 points, not 1. Kolkata will have to be, of course, the largest. I'm sure there's already warehousing going on. But you can put this down in your suggestions in the policy as to how to make it dynamic and how to have a growth path in all 3 places, not only in Kolkata. Bagdogra services the entire, Bhutan, Nepal, entire Northeast and Northern Bengal. So I would suggest that this is an important area that I did not address. I meant to do so in the multimodal sense. I think it's an important area. Please make that suggestion with some detailing.
Right.
What is the kind of park that you may need for this? How close should it be to the airport? Kolkata, as you know, is difficult vis-a-vis land. We'll have to think over it. What is this? What is the last mile delivery that you want from there? So my submission is, please make a concrete suggestion on what CII has in mind. And we'd be very happy to consider that. and work with you to see what is acceptable, what is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Another question was from Mr. Pramod Srivastava, and this basically concerns the old issue concerning the Indo-Bangladesh trade through road, the Binapol and the Petropol borders. And the good news is, multimodal inland waterways, the Bangladesh protocol route has started, and some shipments have already started to flow. So more routes are being opened up. Trains may also start to move in a few days from now. But the issue of the borders, they continue to haunt the trade in the industry, and I think we had very tough time during the current pandemic to keep the trade on. So, any long-term issues, any long-term solutions which the state government is working on to resolve these issues, sir?
I think the key point is, as you know, the border activity is with the central government. Up to the point, it was in my last life, I was able to achieve one thing on this in West Bengal, though I was not in Kolkata. That was finding the no man land solution, which was a warehouse into which the trucks can go because people are concerned about security. And then they can be unloaded and they can sent over. That has been further improved now in Petropol. There are issues, undoubtedly. I get them all the time. I got a note from Tata's the other day before the pandemic, and we solved that immediately. Once the Lal Bhais came to us officially writing, saying they have an issue, and we solved it. So as far as the state is concerned, very sensitive in terms of its immediate reaction to this. But it is a shared process of tripartite process. State, center, as well as Bangladesh side. So you tell us what would be ideal. I would like to see this improved significantly. There's also, you said about the waterways opening up. There's also another land-based process underway in Nodia, which is beginning to do well, but they'll have logistical issues of large size transportation. So I would suggest, please tell us where the bottlenecks may be. We do hear about it, and within 24 hours, we solve it. I personally get involved in solving it. I call up the DM or whoever, or the local municipality, and we try to smooth out. It's not easy because you have a large 20-wheeler carrying a non-perishable item. Then arrives a smaller truck, which is a perishable item. Now, then the local entities will have to take a call. Who goes first? So I've just given you one example which I had to handle. So we work together, give us the details. What would be an ideal? We'll be very happy to.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Sure.
In fact, the opening of waterways is a big event which has happened, and I think slowly it will discover the trade should discover a new cost of working, and
Yes.
more efficient methods of working will emerge.
Yes.
Mr. Pratik Jalan had a question. So Pratik, since I don't have your questions, I would ask you to please ask the question to the Honorable Minister.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Jalan.
So actually, what we wanted to know is that when can we expect the single window clearances for logistics? We've been expecting it since last year, but the portal hasn't started taking in applications for warehousing.
I think it is important that you ask Ms. Yadav what I experience in terms of, I gave you the Flipkart example. They have taken absolutely no time. So there may be certain bottlenecks which you have in mind as a single window clearance process. But in my experience, Mr. Jalan, at least in 5 cases, I found that they move very quickly. I'll give you a simple example. Land was given to the 100 acres was given to Flipkart. It so happened that the local farmers to whom the land does not belong had put some sabji there. Very simple problem.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what was interesting is I immediately said, we will pay, it was still in the growing state, we will pay for the entire crop from the government because we are supposed to give you land which is completely no issues. We will pay for it. Now, Flipkart said, no, this is not much of money, but we will pay. I said, no, it's the government's responsibility to give you unencumbered land. You'd be interested to know in 5 days, ticklish process, you have planted some bagan. Now you are saying, don't, ukhado usko. Within 5 days with the district magistrate, the farmers and Flipkart together and WBIDC, Mrs. Yadav was involved in it. We were able to solve the problem and it was most amicable. So they are able to do. Now I'll give you another example. How high should the warehouse be? Now there are no international standards on this that is applies to India. So they asked for a certain height. The first thing you would like to ask is, does the fire brigade has the capacity to reach that height? Otherwise, if there's a problem, it'll be regulatorily a nightmare. So we were able to solve that amicably. I mean, to the extent that they said that this is all right. This is typically the kind of small problems that deter a single window process. So in the policy itself, we have included a very smart single window process. You can ask Mrs. Yadav further, which she may have more examples. And my experience is the digitally done single window process is the ideal that we have done for ease of doing business. In fact, West Bengal was #1 at one point in terms of the 373 parameters. But I'm not talking about just paperwork. I'm talking about the reality on the ground. And I've given you 2 examples of how difficult sometimes it is to put people together. After all, you want to work with everybody. Otherwise, वो आपको obstruct कर देंगे, उससे क्या फायदा है? So I would say that you can ask that for the details from Mr. Yadav, but my personal experience is just having on paper and justifying it. You know, like Jan Dhan Yojana account खोल दो with 0 balance. अब आपको कोटा बैंक के कोटा fulfill हो गया. फायदा तो उस समय नहीं हुआ. So there is a tendency in policy processes, sometimes you want to tick off, you know. But end of the day, it's the human part, the social part that has to be taken into consideration, and government should be immediately responsive to those issues along with the tick off. So you can ask your specific question on specific areas of single window to Ms. Yadav, who will, I'm sure, she's also Commissioner Exports, so she can answer in greater depth.
Thank you so much, sir. I think this
Thank
was
you.
a wonderful response. I think what you just told us is that you may have whatever system, a single window, multiple window, but
Yes.
unless you have a proactive government who's willing to listen, no system
Absolutely.
would work actually.
It will not.
And-
And the same for the border issue also.
Absolutely,
The
sir.
municipality had certain norms. That was in conflict with what the industry wanted.
I know.
Again, you have a political economy, a human issue.
Absolutely, sir.
They are getting overloaded. I mean, the city is getting overrun by various things.
But I know.
There'll be a demonstration, understandably. So you sit together and you solve it. And we beautifully solve that. And it comes up repeatedly, by the way. The new type of problems arise. So it's the human face, the government's intervention, the social matrix, which has to be taken into consideration, not ticking off boxes that makes for a single window.
Thank you so much, sir. That was amazing and actually, eye-opener for all the people in the industry to look at, how multiple stakeholders needs to be balanced by the government, and the industry also should act responsibly in looking at the social and the human aspect of development, actually.
Yeah, and let me give you one more example, Mr. Chairman. There is a logistics park coming up, which is multimodal. You know what their problem was? I sent some people there who wanted to invest here. They came back and said, "Saab, ek level crossing hai." So it took us 40 minutes. We waited, and then only we could get there. Beautiful land, absolutely on the river, on the rail, on the road. Now what we have been able to do? Central government is building ROBs, rail over bridge. We have managed through the government of West Bengal, because of its persistence, it has been included in the ROBs to be built. Now, the minute the ROB is built,
The
land
bottling is gone.
becomes very,
Absolutely.
very useful. So this is something in details, you see. When I sent those people, I wasn't sure that this would become a bottleneck. I mean, not that they cannot get to the land. It's only that if there's a level crossing and there's a heavy rail movement, it'll get delayed. And you don't want delay. Time is money. Now we are getting an ROB on that. Therefore, within the next 1 year, 1.5 years, that will become a remarkable logistics hub with a river on its side, rail on its side, road on its side. And it's a very large company. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. This example of ROB also, we end your session with the bridges that you just built with all of us, and the confidence that you have given all of us that West Bengal means business, and we will definitely, pitch in and do our best as an industry. And we have taken a note of all your points, and we will try to get back to you, maybe even before the next colloquium with the action taken report, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr.
May I
Monka?
be excused now?
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you very
sir.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Bye. Bye. Sure. Thank you.
That was Dr. Amit Mitra, the Honorable Minister of Finance, addressing us, and as usual, it was a wonderful interaction with him. So the next session is a very star-studded session, I would say. Mr. Vineet Kumar, Chairman KOPT, a familiar face in Calcutta, and everybody knows the wonderful things he has done since he has taken over KOPT, and we see a different side of the port altogether now. Mr. Sachin Bhanushali, he is no stranger to Eastern India, and he has been, he has worked in this region for a very long time, MD Gateway Rail, and one of the earliest movers in the private sector in the railways. Mr. Saurabh Sood, he is, I think, this is his second colloquium. He joined 2 years back also, and GATX is a very familiar name for people who are in the railway business. And Mr. Julian Bevis, Director Maersk Shipping, who Maersk is no stranger to all of us, one of the largest container companies and shipping companies in the world. So I welcome the four of you for this session, which is basically on how do you think West Bengal's geographical location plays a catalyst in ensuring regional connectivity with respect to port and railways. So, so how would you like to conduct a session? You guys will, you want me to moderate, or you want to speak one by one on the subject?
I think Ashish, we can speak.
Thank you, Ashish. I think if we can, let's say, express our view on this particular about 5 minutes, and then we can have an interactive session wherein you can ask certain questions with respect to the points that we have flagged.
Absolutely.
And get the views of the panel. I think that will be quite a invigorating kind of discussion, rather than limiting ourselves only to one-way traffic of we communicating whatever we want to say.
Right. So I think I would like to invite Mr. Vineet Kumar, Chairman KOPT, to address all of us, please. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Ashish. Good afternoon, all the four panelists. Honorable Minister has already outlined, and he has given as to what is there in West Bengal. The history speaks what West Bengal is. It has been the preferred trade location for centuries, and still is. The reasons are well known. You are the gateway to the entire Eastern India. Not only the entire Eastern India, you are gateway to three promising, neighboring countries, that is Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and also very close to Myanmar. Now, in all these states, Jharkhand, Bihar, UP, Assam, Northeast. So the entire trade flows through West Bengal, and it's a very premium location. Looking from the multimodal point of view, as already is, been told, we have rail, we have road, we have sea, and we have very unique position as regards the inland waterways. The government is very seriously implementing, I would say now, the National Waterway 1, that is from Allahabad to Calcutta, Haldia rather, and the other one is National Waterway 2, connecting the Assam and Northeast. So, and West Bengal per se occupies a very unique and very advantageous position. It is because it is at the apex of these two, routes, and can play a very important and very catalytic role into promoting the river transportation in the country. I just briefly take this opportunity because Ashish said there's a large audience of more than 1,000 people here. I'll take this opportunity, maybe 2 minutes extra, to just tell you everyone that our port is working perfectly, all right, in the sense that we are operating at 100% capacity. Volumes, of course, have been little down, say 20-25%, but now what I understand that things are picking up. Yesterday we had a lot of interaction with steel industry. It is coming up. Exports, of course, are great, but imports are also now picking up. So all these things, is giving is giving hope to all of us, and little inertia or little sloppiness which has come into the system is now going away, and now things are returning back to normal. Of course, the COVID is there. We have got around 250 cases, but luckily we have been able to, manage that and run across. Just a few more things about the port trust. The rail-wise, we are very well connected, both Haldia and Calcutta. Railways, we are doing doubling of our connection with Southeastern Railway in Haldia. Calcutta, we have already implemented, the full rake capacity, and the effect has been that the container train which I used to handle in 15 to 18 hours, I do it in 6 to 7 hours nowadays. EDFC, as Honorable Minister said, is a very very important project for this entire region, and we are planning our integration with EDFC, and also we are also looking for certain common user facilities. We have earmarked certain railway lines, and we will be coming up shortly. While we have already opened it, like people can come, and we have published the tariffs. They can use these lines for handling their cargo, but we are coming up with a much better facility shortly. Roads, we are putting a lot of money into roads, repairs, building, because somehow we lagged in that part. Around 150 crores we are pumping in, and not only just pumping in, we have made the entire plan. There is we have made our screen from Central Road Research Institute. There is a third-party audit, and also that the quality, if we are pumping so much of money, the quality of road is maintained. We, day before yesterday, we signed and we have accepted a proposal from Messrs. GoCon India for providing a trucking solution, because we have an exchange of around 1,700-1,800 trucks every day, and most of them come. They will drop the exports and go empty, and others will come and pick up the imports. So this our we are trying to match it. Like if truck comes to drop something, while going back, a trailer can pick up something. Our estimate is around 30% of truck movements can be reduced by this. So for providing, this is something like Ola, Uber kind of thing. So we have already approved the proposal, and we will be shortly rolling out this product in Calcutta, wherein the truckers can log on to this system, and they will get live updates and offers for if somebody is going, he'll get an offer to get some return cargo. Alternate analysis is, we are going for one more alternate analysis study as to how taking into the future of the port, especially in Calcutta, about containers, what alternative solutions can be there for evacuation, because we are a city port. Evacuation is a very important aspect. So this alternate analysis includes RoRo, it includes maybe a flyover, also maybe a tunnel. So we are very shortly going to conduct this study, appointing a good consultant mostly an international consultant, to give us all these alternate analysis as to what all can be done in this area. River is on what we survive. We are a river port. I already told you about National Waterway 1 and 2. We are planning a terminal. Honorable Minister also he just said that a terminal in Balagad, it's around 45 nautical miles above Calcutta, and the DPR is almost ready. Maybe we are coming up for bidding in another 2-3 months' time, just doing little fine tuning of that. A river terminal, so that the evacuation all over the world, evacuation is around 25 to 30% is via river route wherever there is a river, and here it's almost nil. So we want to do evacuation by river route through barges. Indo-Bangla coastal route is a very big opportunity, and however it has a lot of potential. It has not reached what it can do, but I can tell you, in 2017, I used to handle 300 TUs per month for Bangladesh. Today I am handling 1500 TUs per month. So it's like 5-time increase in 2 years. And now with the recent opening up of route to northeast via Chattogram and Mongla port, for which we did a trial shipment a few days ago. A lot of northeast cargo will also go. In fact, we requested Tata Steel to give us some cargo. They gave us 2 containers, but then we somehow got 2 more containers for pulses. And what we found was, the pulses were going to Assam, and the party was happy. They said, "Okay, sir, we will take it right up to Assam, and it's okay with us." So it's not only, we were focusing only on Agartala and the southern part, Agartala and other states, but they say it's okay. We can drive it down up to Assam, and still it will be economical and cheaper. National Waterway Sahibganj terminal, we feel that very shortly will be coming up, and we have an opportunity to do direct transloading from the vessels to the barges, and the barges, we don't want to bring them into the port, and from our anchorages, the barges will go straight away to the Sahibganj terminal. We are installing another floating crane. We have got 2 floating cranes. We are planning of 1 more floating crane there for handling containers as well. So that is another very exciting thing which is there, exploiting the river route. Myanmar, the government of India is funding a project in Myanmar, that is the Sitwe port. The Sitwe port is the infrastructure is almost ready, and the operations, they have also assigned operations to some company there, and probably they are making all arrangements, and maybe 6 months time the operations will be start. So we have an exciting opportunity of connecting Calcutta, Chattogram, Sitwe back to Calcutta and Haldia. So we are like this Bangladesh thing which we are looking up to. I think the future holds a very good opportunity in Myanmar also, and it's just around the corner. I think another 5-6 months is not a very long time. So that is where we are looking for. In fact, as a strategy, we are a river port. We are looking for to turn ourselves into a hub for coastal and the inland waterways. Land is one more area where not all the ports have it, but we have a lot of land as in Calcutta as well as in Haldia, and the ministry is working on a policy. Like, the thinking has now just changed from just in time to just in case. So just in case, the companies are planning to spread their production base, to spread out their activities, and there is an opportunity for India. So we also have a lot of land, probably the bigger parcels in Haldia and the smaller ones in Calcutta, which can be there for warehousing, which can be there for even industries. So we look forward for that kind of opportunity. Also, there's a lot of policy support also. The government is thinking of a policy which will not be based on the tenders and options, and it will be much simpler, much better terms. No, infra is one thing which you need for connectivity, for multimodal movement. but infrastructure itself is not enough, I feel. It is when we discuss in a forum like this, it is also important that we also discuss the points, which are really which we all should ponder upon and come up with solutions. We have been improving infra. When I see we means not only the port but the state government and everything is improving infrastructure. But it is once you have the infrastructure, there is another thing which you must have is the ecosystem for that, the ease of doing business, the transparency and reliability. These are the areas where we probably need to work more upon the entire Calcutta ecosystem as such. I always say that, I have two examples with me. I'm not just saying this for the sake of it, because I lost some cargo to Nepal cargo to Visakhapatnam because it's a much distant place from Calcutta. But despite that, I lost that cargo. That cargo is traveling 700 kilometers extra, but still people are preferring that because the ease of doing business was not there. There are the reliability is an issue, transparency is an issue. So when we look forward to a multimodal solution, we should not only while we should have this infra and everything is there, but there has to be actual reliability systems in place. Now we have these online platforms. Probably we should go more and more on online and give a reliable and transparent solution to the end customer. Probably this is the area where we need to work upon. As a port, wherever we find, we are working out it. We have changed our entire export system. We have converted into entire container export system. We have made online, taking advantage of the COVID. Imports we are working on. Maybe by another 10 days, we will roll out the import process also, which will be fully online. There's no need to come to the port for all our people, RFID, so many things. So I feel one more thing in the end, maybe I have just gone a little ahead of my time, but one more thing is so many good things have been done. I am in Calcutta for last 2.5 years and I see many good things have been done, but we are always wanting, to on the marketing side. I will request CII, and I always say this, I'll request CII, we should go out and, let people know that what is there, what all we have been doing, what all opportunities and what all facilities are available, so that, people know, people still carry the, and a different kind of image about the Calcutta ecosystem. So there may be, when you speak one-to-one, you get to convince them, get to, bring them on board. But as as an entire ecosystem, we should make an effort to go out and, tell people as to, what all we have been doing and what all is there. So with these words, I complete and I thank CII for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Vinit Kumar, it's always a pleasure to hear you out, and your passion is evident, whenever you visit the Calcutta port now. It's my pleasure to invite dear friend Mr. Sachin Bhanushali, and one of the pioneers in this in the private sector in this field of multimodal logistics. And I don't know, does he have any unburnt fingers left or something? But he's burnt enough fingers to give us a lot of gyan on the subject. Over to you, Sachin.
Thank you so much, Ashish. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you so much for having me as a part of this conclave. It was wonderful to listen to the views expressed by Dr. Amit Mitra, the Honorable Ministry of Finance, IT, Industry and MSME, West Bengal government. And thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this forum, wherein the multimodal logistics and connectivity opportunities of West Bengal in particular and East in general are something that we need to discuss. I have a little bit of experience from my railway times when I was based at Bilaspur and Chakratarpur divisions, wherein I always used to look east because my headquarters were based in Garden Reach. Jokingly, we used to say that Garden Reach is neither a garden nor is it reach. But looking back, the experience that I got from working with Southeastern Railway with headquarters at Gordon Reach has been really, really very, very rich. It has helped me in good stead as far as my entrepreneurial venture with the Gateway Group in setting up Gateway Rail Freight Limited as a intermodal operator of with license from Indian Railway. There is quite a bit of effort which was made by us to establish ourselves Eastern India, coming out of Kashipur in particular, to have a gateway to Kolkata and markets beyond that. It was a very successful experiment. However, because of flailing economics, we had to switch over from domestic business to international business. And currently, most of the business that is being done by us is international business. Coming back to the point that we have been brooding upon, is that if you look at the geographical advantage which is available to West Bengal in particular, Kolkata specifically within that, I think it's difficult to believe that West Bengal has actually not been able to establish as a gateway to India for entire East, Southeast, ASEAN and Far East trade with India. Not only that, if we let's say count the advantages which are of being in West Bengal. So let me do a numerical count, a cardinal count. First and foremost, it is a state which, as Dr. Mitra mentioned, has a great density of roads as well as rail network. It's a very rail-dependent state as well. A lot of people, for their personal commute as well as travel, use rail as a mode. It sits on three main routes originating in Calcutta. The east-north route, on which the Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor is being built from Dankuni to Sonnagar under PPP and Sonnagar to Ludhiana under the World Bank funding project. The east-west route, which connects Kolkata to Mumbai via the legendary city of Nagpur, which is supposed to be the logistics hub of India. The East Coast route, which would connect Kolkata and Chennai to the rest of southeast and southern states, particularly, let's say, Visakhapatnam, Hyderabad, and Bangalore as growth cluster nodes. So there are three originating routes out of Calcutta. It's a gateway to Northeast. The 7 states of Assam, Arunachal, Tripura, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Mizoram, and Manipur have direct access through West Bengal. Then it doesn't stop at that. It goes beyond that. It is also a gateway to Myanmar, Bangladesh, the entire Indochina, and all the ASEAN nations, both by sea route as well as possibly by road connection. It also is an extremely viable alternative to the current route of feeder operations which are being done out of Colombo by most of the shipping lines. This business definitely can be brought not only into India by using the Haldia-Kolkata port combination, but also can be brought all the way up to northern India hinterland by using the rail connectivity which is available and which is even getting even better with the dedicated freight corridor coming in. We don't end at that. Going forward, we also have waterways up the important river system of India originating in the Haldia-Kolkata port complex. So Kolkata port by itself sits on an extremely important as well as advantageous position as far as the overall is concerned, and it is possible to use it as a gateway for the Southeast Asian as well as Eastern and Far Eastern routes terminating into India. But if we look at reality, in reality, it has not happened. The reasons for why it has not happened is not far to seek. The industrial development in the eastern part has focused primarily on the infrastructure industry, wherein coal, minerals, including particularly iron ore, the attendant industry of iron and steel manufacture is concentrated in the eastern part, also largely in West Bengal, is an industry which depends more on bulk transportation than on break bulk transportation. Whereas the international intermodal transportation is a solution which is sought by manufacturing industry, both in the industrial space as well as in consumer space, which requires small parcel size transportation by road, rail, sea route, so that international transport can be done on ocean and the land transportation can be done not only on rail but by road, so that the cargo in containers can reach the destination or the user's doorstep without even touching the cargo once. The industrial development in this area has to some extent shied away as far as the manufacturing industry is concerned. And I think that's where one important point which Dr. Mitra made lies, is that availability, making land available for developing industrial manufacturing activity in West Bengal is going to be a cornerstone to unleash the power that West Bengal is sitting on as far as the logistics solution to India from the eastern side, on the east-west route is concerned. What do you need from an intermodal transport point of view? You need a break bulk cargo terminal where containers can be handled, cargo can be handled, can be stored for shorter duration. And there is an ability to switch between road, rail, as well as waterways. I think this is something which is an extremely easily stitchable solution which can be done by West Bengal. The second advantageous aspect which will be available for West Bengal would be that it can easily integrate the break bulk cargo transportation with bulk cargo transportation, wherein at present West Bengal is playing an extremely important role. So there is a coal industry sitting out of West Bengal, iron ore industry is sitting out of West Bengal. There is a lot of mineral transportation which is taking place, and practically the entire prime steel requirement of India is being made out of eastern and southeastern region of India. To take this forward, the industry would want. A large part of these questions were actually answered by detailed presentation of thoughts, of detailed exchange of ideas, which was done by Dr. Mitra. I think developing routes of manufacturing industry in West Bengal in particular, and in and around the 5 nodes that Dr. Mitra mentioned, that is Dankuni, Durgapur, Malda, Siliguri, is going to be an extremely important component in making the entire logistics piece as well as the industrial development piece going to work. Kolkata port is going to play an extremely important role in this, and as Vinit has already mentioned, it has not only done a lot in that direction, but there's a lot of projects which are on the anvil as far as making Kolkata port a container-friendly port as well as a gateway port for India from the east is concerned. Why do people even today think twice before setting up their shop in Eastern India, in particular the logistics players? The reason for this is that there is a unidirectional flow of manufactured cargo which takes place, and in order to make any logistics piece work, there is a need to have a return haul available in order to complete the turnaround of the system. So unless that production piece is taken care of, and unless we take care of a large amount of production activity feeding into India's requirement as well as international requirement takes place in West Bengal, the possibility of the logistics industry on the western part, northern part, as well as southern part showing interest in developing terminals, developing intermodal terminals, developing interest for intermodal transport or multimodal transport involving international transport on ocean, etc., may not happen. The 2 corridors that Dr. Mitra mentioned are also going to play an important role. There is a lot of work which is being done by UN SCAP on BBIN corridor as well as the BCIM corridor, the BICM corridor. And these 2 corridors will also help in making Kolkata port as a gateway port for Eastern India. the kind of investment which has been done by West Bengal, I think, is also one of the it's one of the foremost leader as far as investment in industrial parks is concerned. And some of my batchmates who are in West Bengal, from them, I have been hearing a lot of news about the investment which has been done through the West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation in developing industrial estates and encouraging the production industry, manufacturing industry, particularly in industrial and consumer sector is concerned. It will be worthwhile to address the issue of development of industry and development of logistics together. And I would be glad to be a part of this discussion on this forum. And we have, apart from me, my friend Saurabh Sood, as well as Mr. Bevis. It's always a pleasure to listen to him, his views on ocean transport and integration of ocean transport on the land side. So, leaving it at that, I would request the panelists to, after they have shared their views, to touch upon this point as to how do we make production, manufacturing, and logistics work together for West Bengal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sachin. I think you touched a very raw nerve there in terms of production, manufacturing, and logistics working together, because I think they can't work in isolation, because if there's no production, there's no logistics which is required. So I think I'll not steal the thunder from the panel discussion, which is likely to follow after this. So Saurav, it's my pleasure to welcome you. Saurav again is an old friend and an old associate of ours. And Saurav, over to you. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Ashish. Am I audible to everybody?
Yeah, you're audible.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank the CII platform of West Bengal to giving me this opportunity, the second time around, to be part of this session. And I have, from the last session, we had some interesting discussions, which I can see very clearly we've come a long way on that. And I think Sachin's laid a very nice platform for me to, spend my next 5 to 10 minutes to share my thoughts on this. Because talking at about the connectivity of the eastern sector and particularly West Bengal, at the moment we talk about the eastern sector, the one state, as we've been hearing all afternoon, that not only is the hub of the activity for the hinterland in India, providing connectivity and access to all the landlocked states of Bihar, Jharkhand, the northeastern states, but also already currently, but with much greater potential to be the gateway port from the eastern side to all the eastern part of the world. And one such, given my background as from the rail sector, I think what I'll like to spend a few minutes on emphasizing on the rail connectivity part and some of the developments that are currently ongoing and can have a substantive impact on the plans and the ability of the state of West Bengal and the West Bengal government in making West Bengal, one of the industrial hubs of the country. Which historically, if you look at it, it has historically been one of the industrial hubs. Unfortunately, over time, things didn't, stay the way it were. But notwithstanding that, I think the potential that the state has with the uniqueness of its location, that it's bound to come back to the same status that it was. And Sachin already referred to the Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor, which I think is one of the most important infrastructure projects that are, which is vital not only for West Bengal but for the country as a whole. And if you look at the Indian Indian rail sector, I mean, it has certain unique features, being one of the few rail systems in the world which is used by the freight for both freight and passenger transportation simultaneously. So while in a way it has some unique aspects, but this has also been one of the biggest banes of the system over the years. And we all know that while the freight business of the Indian Railways contributes almost 80 to 90% of its earnings, but or less than 10% of the network really gets used for the freight side. If we make that comparison, with some of the other countries across the world, which have where the rail system is used interchangeably between freight and passenger, what we notice is that the freight, which is typically measured in terms of NTKM, the net ton kilometers and passenger kilometers, most other jurisdictions like even North America for that matter would be about freight would be almost 8 to 10x of the passenger kilometers. However, India is only about 0.5. So that's the kind of difference we have in the in the ratio of freight transportation versus passenger transportation in India. And what that results into typically is a low productivity of the whole system, and the low productivity of the assets that are operating on the system. What we can expect the dedicated freight corridor going forward is to make a huge change in the way the transportation can happen. And since we're talking of logistics, the transportation system will have a key impact on the development of the region. Just to highlight for the benefit, I mean, many of you may already know this, but for the benefit of some of you who may not be fully familiar with the impact of the dedicated freight corridor, what is the kind of impact that it can have? So one important issue that has over the years been, and no better person than Sachin to sort of second me on that, is the fact is that every transporter, everybody who's using rail as a mode of transportation, the biggest issue today is the guarantee of the transit time from the origin to the destination. And while it's a very genuine ask from the players operating on on the rail system, but if I were to put be fair to the Indian Railways also, I think that's with their best of intentions, given the current limitations that the system has, it is almost impossible for them to provide that kind of comfort or guarantee to the operators on the Indian rail system. So this is, once you have the dedicated freight corridor, which is almost a 1,600-kilometer stretch, which will, once operational, will be used exclusively for freight transportation. I mean, that's at least what the intent is. And then that this ask will be something that could be very easily be achieved. And that could be one important change that would lead to a major shift in the modal share from towards railways. The other aspect is the capacity of the system itself. So today, if you look at the Indian rail system, we work on, getting a little technical here, but on a 22.9 ton axle load capacity, which is far lower than anywhere else in the world. This dedicated freight corridor will have an axle load capacity of 25 tons, which is a significant improvement. And what this will allow is to help bring in more economies of scale, increase the carrying capacity of the trains on a per trip basis, and therefore, bring in greater efficiency. The third aspect is, the change in the maximum moving dimensions. So what it will have, and this Dr. Mitra, in his speech mentioned some of the industries that are where West Bengal could have a distinct advantage in sort of setting up, either logistics parks or manufacturing hubs. But what is required is a suitable transportation system that is designated to the needs of those particular industries and the commodities that are being carried. So a shift from one size fits all, which is the kind of operations that we've had on the rail systems today, to more optimally designed. So when you're talking about carrying tea, or you're talking about carrying vegetables or other perishable commodities, or even break bulk commodities, one needs to maximize the efficiency in terms of the carrying capacities. What this dedicated freight corridors then eventually, it's a kind of a vicious circle. The moment you have those efficiencies coming into the system, you would see the emergence of a number of, potentially a logistics park along the length of the dedicated, and where these centers would become the nodal points for aggregation of cargo and increase in containerization, both for domestic movement as well as for international movement, right? The net impact of all of this is that you could see a significant increase in the rail share. And most importantly, if we are, and all the speakers before me have sort of emphasized the importance of building the manufacturing hubs, because clearly, manufacturing is one area which not only is more, if you can bring that in, it brings in more sustainability. It brings in more sustainable private capital, foreign direct investment, employment, and you name it. But that can only happen if a manufacturing sector becomes more efficient. And one of the areas where our manufacturing sector today lacks is because of the logistics cost. The logistics cost in our country is almost 13 to 14%, which is a good 6 to 7% higher than the world average. And if we can address even 2 to 3%, which is 50% of this differential, I think we could make our manufacturing in Indian manufacturing far more competitive, and therefore bring in more growth to the region. So that is, and what this manufacturing will do, when you talk of the regional development, what this manufacturing is going to also help is also to sort of increase employment, as I said, but most importantly, help the employment with the local communities, and that are expected to prosper with this impact. One thing that one should not lose sight of is also the impact that this whole system could bring on the environment. Somebody living in Delhi, and I would say that that one silver lining, if I had to sort of mention about the current COVID situation, is the impact that one has seen on the levels of pollution in Delhi. That is the only aspect that one can say that, in terms of the last 4 or 5 months, it has been a sea change, and one can appreciate of what even a small change in the environmental improvement can have on the living conditions for people. And that's an aspect I think we should not lose sight of, because also this is, given the fact that rail transportation and water transportation are far better and far more environmental friendly, and with the state having the potential for this multimodal and better use of rail and water transportation systems, can also help and contribute in a big way in in the benefit environment. So with all of that, I think what the expectations are, and Mr. Vineet Kumar sort of mentioned very clearly, is what we expect from the governments in a situation like this, from a policy framework. Most important, I mean, he mentioned consistency and reliability and transparency. I would add a couple of points to this, is to say, is that when the state governments or any government is looking at private sector participation, it needs to be both in letter and spirit. Very often what we have seen is the intent somewhere in the policy framework, while the intent is not that, but in letter, what happens is that you somewhere want to put that everything that the state cannot do should be put onto you can expect the private sector to do it. But as Dr. Mitra very clearly put out, that it's not one versus the other. It is both parties working shoulder to shoulder, and therefore the aspect of having a better equity, a better mechanism of risk and reward distribution between the private and the public and the private sector is a key to a successful policy framework. Also, somewhere in the policy framework, what gets to be seen is the public sector or the state or the governments want to sort of monitor the profitability of a private organization or participant very closely, or benchmarking even the returns to the ability, with the ability of the governments to be raising capital. I mean, with that it's a fundamental non-starter, because no private player in the world would ever be able to benchmark and compare itself with a sovereign or a state-owned enterprise in terms of raising capital. So it's very clear that when we set out our objectives of a particular policy framework, we ensure that there is adequate marriage between the intent and the objectives in terms of both letter and spirit. And I think that if those three, and it was very heartening to sort of hear Dr. Mitra to say that, how the state of West Bengal in terms of the policy framework, and, at least at his level and obviously down the line, there is a lot of recognition of these things. And we can expect that the logistics policy, as and when it is framed and finalized, will address a lot of these concerns. And if that can happen, I think, West Bengal is placed in a very unique position to sort of regain its position as that industrial hub of the country. So with that, I'll turn it back to Ashish. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity once again.
Thanks, Saurabh. That was quite good, and I think we could see all your experience in this sector for the last few years coming into play. So my pleasure now to invite Mr. Julian Bevis from Maersk Shipping to address all of us. Julian, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me with reasonable clarity.
Yeah, absolutely, we can do that.
First of all, thank you very much indeed for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon. It's always a great pleasure to be in your company and in this part of the world again, even if only virtually. So it's a great pleasure, and I'm very honoured to be part of this very important discussion. As we all know, since last we met, the world has been turned on its head, and everybody, wheresoever they are in the logistics chain, has had to make some really significant changes in their lives. And some economies around the world have been very badly affected by it. I don't think there's a single economy that has not been affected. What all of this has highlighted, I think, is the absolute importance of logistics and the absolute importance of really cost-effective supply chains and robust logistics arrangements. And I think this is a lesson that all of us in the industry, whether we're government or otherwise, are going to have to really take on board, because the logistics is absolutely key to the economic health of any part of the world. And if we don't get it right, then we're not going to see the benefits of other economic policies, however well thought through they are. I must say, it was a great pleasure to hear Honourable Minister speaking once again. I recall the last time we had this conference, he spoke with great eloquence about some of the policy initiatives in the logistics space of the West Bengal government. And I must say, it's very encouraging to hear how thoughtful the government is about many of these issues. And I think that sort of underlines the sort of key thing that I want to talk about, and that is that in addressing the key issue about West Bengal and its location and how that location plays a catalyzing effect in the development of regional connectivity. All that can happen with a position like West Bengal, but it won't really happen to the full extent unless there is the policy background, which is set up by government in conjunction with industry to facilitate all of that. And so I think the question that we're talking about is broader than just West Bengal, although obviously that's the focus. And I think there are sort of 7 or 8 sort of general points that I'd like to make about the policy background that needs to be in place if the benefits that we all between us want to see are going to eventuate. And the first one is a point that I've already touched on, and it's very gratifying, as I have already said, to see the Minister effectively make the point, and that is that logistics really does need to occupy a key place in the policy structure of government, both at state level and also nationally. I mean, there's absolutely no question that India is changing in this regard. I know when I first came to this country, which is 20 odd years ago, most politicians could barely spell the word logistics, let alone understand what it meant. Now there's clearly an understanding of the significance of it, which is really great news, and is a great step forward. But this needs to be communicated right down through government. We've seen in the case of the COVID emergency that policymakers got the point, but clearly an awful lot of people further down the line of command did not. We need to change that. Everybody in the administration at whatever level needs to understand the importance of keeping supply chains moving. The second general point I'd make is that it's all very well industry saying, oh, well, government's got to do this and government's got to do that. All these things are collective issues. The fundamental issue, as the previous speaker, Mr. Sood, has, in my view, absolutely correctly highlighted, is that our logistics costs in this country are too high. Roughly 15% of GDP puts us at a disadvantage, depending on how you do the maths, of 5, 6, 7% of GDP, which is simply not going to deal with the fundamental point of making us competitive. And that therefore means that industry must play its part too. Industry has to come to government, in my view, with a much clearer view, a much clearer articulation of what it wants. And we need to work together to improve the discussion and the debate with government. And I think CII can play a very important part in that. It's better now than it was, but we've still got a long way to go. The third general point I'd make is that between all of us, we need to recognize that logistics is a joined up game. You can't look at a port or a railway or an airport or a highway or whatever it is in isolation. The physical infrastructure and the policy that lies behind it needs to be joined up, and administration and government needs to be joined up too. Very difficult to do, I know, but we need to keep thinking about it. The development of a logistics cell in the Ministry of Commerce, I think, is a tremendously constructive move, but that needs to go further, both in the centre and in the States. The fourth general point I'd make is around digitisation. I know everybody talks about this, but I think that in the logistics industry, as everybody knows, there's still far too much paper. If one thinks about it, there's no need now to have any paper at all in most transactions, including bills of lading. Bills of lading in the shipping industry can all be done digitally. It's much cheaper, it's much more accurate, it's much faster. It means that opportunities for people making money when they shouldn't will hopefully disappear, and it will vastly improve the transparency in the industry, because everybody can see very clearly what's going on and what they're supposed to get for the money that they pay. All of us need to grip this and to push it forward. It needs, therefore, proper platforms for digitization to work off, both domestically and internationally. We always tend to look, I think, within our own patch, but one needs to look further afield and look at ways in which information, which is there if we want it, can be brought to service providers here. We'll have to simplify many of the processes before we digitize them, because if you digitize a mess, then you'll get an even worse one. So between us, we've got a lot of work to do there. 2 or 3 more points and then I'll stop. I think we have to try and get out of the habit, as we always seem to do in this country, and again, the previous speaker made the point, there is a tendency for government to want to regulate absolutely everything by direct intervention. I think that's a mistake. I think we should let the markets do it. The best regulator of all is the marketplace. Let the market do it, and let the strongest survive, and the weak will either improve or they may fail. That's not to say that one can't do without regulation completely, because clearly there are some areas where markets are not effective. I think the railways is one. We need some form of regulation to control prices. Unit prices by rail are still too high, and we need to, between us, do something about that. The last general point, or 2 general points I'd make, and then I will stop. We need to build scale into what we're doing. We need to do that for 2 reasons. We must do better in terms of providing the infrastructure, both the physical and the regulatory infrastructure, to enable us to handle the volume and to let markets function. If you don't have the infrastructure of sufficient scale, then markets can't operate. And the last point I'd make is that between us all, we need to work with the statutory bodies to improve their efficiencies. Customs have done an awful lot in the last few years, and there's no question they're trying very hard to keep to get ahead of the curve. But there are other statutory bodies or partner government agencies where I think quite a lot of improvement needs to take place, both in terms of their availability, their service levels, their costs. if we address all of these things between us, so I think the pressure on the industry to be more transparent will grow, and that will be nothing but constructive. And I think we will begin to see costs coming down in the way that they really should do. It's a quite a laundry list of challenges, I know. I've had the privilege, though, of living and working in this country for getting on for 20 years now. And throughout, I've seen great change and great constructive, progressive change. This is a very extraordinary country, and the area we're talking about is a very extraordinary sub-region. And it always rises to challenges, there is no question. And I think that the challenges which are before us now are a list of challenges that between all of us, if we work together, we can deal with. So at that point, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julian. I think I fully agree with you that, it's India is an amazing place and very complex, and even all of us are trying to understand. So, and it's a process. This it's more of a journey than a destination, actually. So I think let's do a time check here. I think we are some 25-30 minutes behind schedule. So this is Sachin, Saurav, Julian, and Vineet. So I think let's have a small discussion around the topic that Sachin had suggested that we should discuss, which was around manufacturing, production, and logistics going hand in hand. And I think some small discussion between the four of you could be useful for the audience here. Yeah, so Sachin, you raised this point, and I think I will take this point to Mr. Vineet Kumar. And when we are actually looking at the land which is available with the ports, and why are we only looking at the option of putting in warehousing over there? Why don't we invite the industry, like packaging industry or whatever industry you want, to actually anchor the port or generate more business, more traffic in that region? How could with the KOPT with its land parcels activate some economic activity?
No, Ashish, the reason I said warehousing in Calcutta is because it was one of the opportunities. What we look for in Calcutta is the white goods kind of stuff. It's a city
Yeah,
area.
no,
So
non-polluting.
that's our
Yeah.
focus here is on that. But of course, if there is some some kind of industry which is environment friendly, and secondly, we don't have that kind of large parcels in Calcutta. So we have 5 acres, 4 acres, 10 acres, something like that, but not very big parcels. And I believe that with city slowly growing, city is growing, and it will where we are having a different outlook towards our land in Calcutta. We are going more towards the township side of it. And Haldia, of course, we are looking for industry, and we have got bigger parcels starting from 100 acres and even more. And I think what Mr. Bhanushali said is absolutely right, that for the terminals, multimodal terminals, or everything, or logistics parks are there to serve the industry. So both ways, unless we have the both ways traffic, so we have to think in terms of complementing what we have. Uh, and if you ask me, this kind of problem we face in Bangladesh. Now the Bangladesh, there is a huge trade imbalance, and because of that, despite being a cheaper mode, we have not been able to sell the coastal shipping to them, and there is not much of the the growth which should have been there is not there, because you have to come, while coming back you are returning empty. So this complementarity have to develop, and definitely industry, logistics, logistics is there for the industry logistics, and all these things have to uh, work in tandem, for the right ecosystem.
Thanks, Vineet. I think your point well taken. And any more comments from any of the panelists, Julian or Saurav, Sachin, on the subject? Sachin, you need to unmute. Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. One of the points that I have been in my limited role as an as a entrepreneur in Gateway Rail Freight Limited, as well as the national chair of the CII National Committee, I've been trying to advocate or develop a narrative with respect to all the industrially developed states, has been that while the industry being a state subject, a large amount of effort has gone in developing industry or creating an environment for industry to flourish by way of setting up of industrial development corporations of various states. And West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation work has also been exemplary as compared to many other states in India. While acquiring land by a state mechanism to develop industrial estates, two components are missed out in my view. My two penny thoughts about that are, one is that while there is always a truck parking area which is developed along with the Industrial Development Corporation industrial estates, the possibility of having an intermodal terminal with adequate warehousing space as an integral part of the industrial park is something which is missed out on. Second area is that these industrial parks house mostly medium, small, and micro enterprises. And the logistics need of macro enterprises are quite different from those of large industrial units, large manufacturing industrial units, whether those are in industrial space or in consumer space or even infrastructure industries, because they need very small parcel size storage and transportation facility in order to have a good access to market. And one of the reasons why micro, small, and medium enterprises in India have not been able to develop a large amount of interest in markets which are far flung from their original location, they have a very limited reach, has been that logistics industry has failed them. And in order to get the logistics industry to support them even over longer distances, I think the industrial development corporations have to integrate intermodal parks, providing road as well as rail connectivity, as well as a common warehousing facility for all the MSMEs there. So if a Langra mango from Malda can be made available in the rest of the country, there is no reason why any agro processed product from that region or any manufactured product, whether it is consumer product or whether it is industrial product, cannot be made available in the rest of the country. The reason for that is that road transportation has been innovative enough to provide transportation for mangoes all over India, whether it is a Banganpalli aam living from Hyderabad going all the way into northern India, or whether it is Langra aam coming from, or Dasehri coming from the eastern India, not only in northern India, but western India as well as southern India. I think that kind of environment can easily be created by developing warehousing as well as intermodal space in the Industrial Development Corporation terminals or industrial estates. That's my, those are my two penny thoughts on how to make it tick.
No, these are much worth more than two pennies, as you say. But I think the way, the industrial park would need electricity and water, I think logistics park, in fact, this is something even I had also not thought of, that how useful a logistics park could be to actually make an industrial park successful, actually. So thank you so much, Sachin, for that wonderful thoughts. So any more insights into this subject from either Julian or Saurav, or we move to the next session after this?
I think one last point, Ashish, that I'd make is and I think sort of also reiterate what Julian said, is in this whole framework. So one thing I think was pretty clear from this discussion is that it's an integrated approach. I think to say that logistics can put forward, and a good logistics system will bring in the industry, or vice versa. I think that's not the point. A good manufacturing policy, a policy which is oriented towards bringing in manufacturing to a particular region, and in this case, the state, will to a large extent contribute to ensuring an efficient logistics system. And it's going back to Julian's point that the markets will play out for themselves, and they're the kind of best regulators of the system by itself. And the other points that I'd like to emphasize on is that somewhere in the policy framework, I think we need to be very sure of the role of the state and the private sector, or what the state really wants from the private sector, because very often what we've seen is that intermingling of the expectations and the objectives then get defeated. So if we can ensure and have a very clear-cut identification and demarcation of what is the state's role and what is the expectation from the private sector, I think we could significantly improve the chances of success. Yeah. So that's just a little bit.
If I might comment on that last point, please, just quickly. I think that's absolutely right. We have to be very clear, and I keep using the word "we" because government and industry need to develop this approach jointly. We can't do it in isolation, but we need to be very clear and to try and persuade everybody that the role of government is to govern and the role of business is to run business. It's not the role of government to run businesses at all, at least not in my opinion. It's the role of government to provide the framework whereby business prospers, and then to leave it alone and to let the regulation be done by the marketplace. And that means that when government is setting up the rules for example, multimodal logistics parks, then it needs to be absolutely clear how those logistics parks will operate in regulatory terms. You can't just say, let's build a logistics park. What you've got to do is make it absolutely plain how that logistics park will function in terms of the local road network, the local drainage network, the local telecommunications, electricity, and all the rest of it. In other words, it goes back to what I was trying to say about infrastructure. The regulatory infrastructure is just as important as the physical infrastructure. If we get that right, then a lot of this will happen. And then once it's there, government needs to take the smart pace back and leave it to business to run it. And as I said, the strong will prosper and the inefficient will do less well. Thank you,
Julian. In fact, the survival of the fittest continues. So, right from the primitive age to the advanced digital age. So thank you so much, the panelists, Mr. Vineet Kumar, Sachin, Saurav, Mr. Beves. It was a pleasure having you. While we overstretched the time limit, but I think it was worthwhile to, engage with all of you. Thank you so much for your precious time. I would now hand over the proceedings to Mr. Ashish Datta, who is my co-chair on the CII Logistics and SCM Task Force, and the president of Replay and Company Limited. Thank you, Devashish, for taking over from here now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Again.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ashish.
Thank you, everybody.
It's a great pleasure. Good evening, everyone. I will not waste any more time because we are already late. But this session, we are really having a unique session of equally divided with women empowerment, and men empowerment. So it is 2:2, and all are very important speakers. Madam Vandana Jadhav, Secretary Industry, Government of West Bengal. Ms. Sucharita Basu, partner, Aquila is there. And from the thread, Mr. Gaurav Sharma, the director, ESR, Dr. Mitra already mentioned in his speech that how ESR is working. And Mr. Chandan Agarwal, MD TCI Express. Now it is my honor to welcome Madam Vandana Jadhav, IS, Secretary Industry, Commerce and Enterprises, Government of West Bengal. She is also the Managing Director of WBIDC. On behalf of CII, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to you, who has been a pillar of strength for CII. You have always encouraged us to create a platform where we can showcase the credibility of West Bengal as an investment destination. Madam, we would like to hear from you about your views on the sector, with certainly the presence of Mr. Vinit Kumar, Chairman, Equity, Mr. Bhanushani, and Mr. Sood. I saw that you were listening the whole session. So it would be our request if you kindly show us the direction for the further industry collaboration for the state. Because our state, madam, more than me, that it is a unique state where we can use the river transportation, the road transportation, and the rail transportation together. And so we want to know from you what would be how the state is thinking about it and what is the policy of the state government to take this the forward path. Thank you, madam. Madam, you have to unmute.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to join everyone on this unique platform and to be part of the CII Logistics Colloquium. We've been doing this regularly, so it would have been really sad had we missed it this year. So I'm glad the CII took the initiative of going ahead with the scheduled program. The state government's views and the state government's overall ambition, I think, has already been elaborated by the Honorable Minister during the session during the morning. I would just take forward from what he had said. The advantages of Bengal in terms of location, etc., have been talked of for a while, and I think we are all aware of it. Everybody who's here is well aware of where Bengal stands and the advantages which are inherent in the location and the consumer base. So going back to those or harping again on those, I think would be a repetition. I would avoid those. What I do want to highlight is that despite what the two major events which have happened in the last few months, which have made all this so-called put things on their head or made everything topsy-turvy, are still going well for Bengal. The first is the COVID-19 impact. COVID-19 has actually shown the importance of logistics and being close to the consumer base and shortening the supply chain in terms of the manufacturing to the consumer. So we actually, if we need to cater to a market like ours or the market which Bengal represents, it makes sense for agencies and manufacturing to be closer to the market base. So I think COVID-19 has actually shown that we need to be more focusing more on the logistics and improve the logistics supplies, etc. Not only that, I think it has made more efficient and innovative business models. We've all learned how to restructure our own working, and the new business models, remote working models, may actually be more suitable for a lot of the businesses, which is something which will just make more efficient industry. And both e-commerce and IT are sectors which would grow, and a lot of them eventually would depend on logistics. Whatever we may feel about hard spaces, the logistics importance of these two sectors would remain. The second thing which I want to talk about, which we often tend to either brush under the carpet or not talk very openly, is the pivoting of the world against China. And I think Bengal is very, very well suited to where we are located and to take advantage of the space which has been vacated by China. So whether it has been temporary issues or it has been the underlying issues of labor laws or unfair trade practices, I think there is a skepticism about China continuing to be the supplier for the world, and we have a good position to be able to move into that. But that would require huge logistic support, and it would require a very robust logistic framework for us to be able to move into and capture that space. that is an opportunity which I think beckons to all, and we need to be concentrating more on getting it to ourselves. Besides these, I think the government role in logistics, I would say, is very limited. I never feel that the government should be the way of any revival of the license Raj, or the time where the government was the main player. We realize that our role is basically as a facilitator. The government should essentially concentrate on policy framework, which, as somebody mentioned, should not just be limiting on the profit motive, or doing some benchmarking on the profits. I don't think that is the role of government at all. The only thing government should be doing is putting a policy framework which will facilitate entrepreneurs to come in, make it easier for private entrepreneurs who want to work in the sector. The second role of government would be in creating ecosystem. I think we need to create an ecosystem with adequate infrastructure, robust infrastructure, provide information which is needed, and have a mechanism whereby we are in constant interaction with the industry to be able to get feedback from the industry. So to be able to focus industry related response, or to be focusing government initiatives to the needs of the industry, I think that is the critical role which a government policy should take up. I think these are the only opening remarks I would like to make, and I would be open to the panel discussion or any other questions. I've been hearing some of the views earlier, and I'm very impressed with the fact that the discussions were very frank and also very straightforward. There's no expectations of government taking an overarching role. At the same time, it was very clear that nobody wants government to step in and pave the way for industry. They realize that it is something which they have to do on their own. The government can be the back-end support or the facilitator, and provide the enabling environment in which they can flourish to the best of their ability. I think I'll end my opening remarks with that, and would be open to panel discussion or questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. It's good that you stay with us, and let us finish this session. Then we can have an interaction between the four you. So now I will request Sucharita Basu, partner Aquila. She's very well known. She's the legal face of Bengal at this very moment. So, Madam Basu, we want to know from you the policy of the state around logistics and logistics infrastructure in legal way. What should be the path forward, a dedicated logistics policy as per your opinion, and the critical of the land for creation of effective logistic clusters, hence the importance of extent land law of West Bengal to work as a catalyst for the land aggregation and procurement. Your opinion, please. It's now over to you.
Yeah. Namaskar, good afternoon, and thanks to CII for having Aquila as legal partners to this logistics colloquium. In fact, this is the third consecutive year of our such partnering, especially because we have a practice of infrastructure and logistics in our firm. Now, obviously, a lot has been deliberated, I'm sure, in the past few days on this topic, and most of us are aware that globally, infrastructure development is being stressed upon for economic recovery, perhaps following the Keynesian economic theory, especially amidst and beyond the pandemic. And India is obviously no exception. This will ensure that public spending is channelized for development of infrastructure, while integrating MSME players, generating employment for migrant laborers, and thereby increasing consumer spending. Now, India also asserts on doing this development of infrastructure through a public-private partnership or PPP mode, as has been highlighted in the Central Budget 2020 speech and also thereafter. So a few critical steps have already been taken by Government of India to ensure holistic development of the sector and to provide a coordinated oversight to the entire logistic value chain, such as granting infrastructure status to the logistics sector. Then the Department of Commerce and Industry of the central government, they have been made responsible for the integrated development of the logistics sector. FDI norms have also been relaxed to boost foreign investment for this sector. Now, West Bengal, of course, as we've heard since morning, rather since the beginning of the session, that owing to its strategic location and domestic and international trade linkages, has a definite and immediate potential to emerge as the logistics hub for the region. Now, however, now since our firm, we work extensively with the government, with its parastatals, Kolkata Port Trust is also my client. Also, several clients of ours are logistic players, large multinational organizations trying to implement logistic policies. So during our course of advising our clients, we have been identifying certain policy interventions which may make it further easy to make the industry expectations, to meet the industry expectations rather, and effectively govern the logistics ecosystem in the state of West Bengal. So I have a very short presentation with very few points. I will speak more, but this is just to help you help the audience focus on what I'm saying. So A is, I think, granting industry status to logistics and logistics infrastructure. So to augment an enabling ecosystem for investments in logistics and related infrastructure, in order to strengthen the state's foothold in the logistics sector, a consolidation of this logistics and logistics infrastructure sector under the industry department could be more effective rather than having multiple ministries and departments managing the same. Thus, logistics and logistics infrastructure could be granted the status of industry at the state level as a one-stop shop. Now, there are certain benefits of granting industry status to logistics and logistics infrastructure, which could be as follows. One is, of course, the benefits of all state government schemes and incentives which may be earmarked for industry sector, it gets extended to the logistics sector. It will lead to greater amount of debt and equity investments and infusion into the logistics sector at the right terms and rates. It will assist in streamlining the process of procuring permissions and approvals for setting up logistics project in the state. Obviously, the sector may become further attractive because of this structuring under one umbrella. And MSME players in this sector, which is substantial, they can benefit much more. Yeah. And we have discussed about industrial plots and industrial lands in this session before. So procurement of such lands will become much easier. So if I do a peer comparison among the states, so realizing the strategic importance of granting industry status to logistics and logistics sector, logistic infrastructure, certain states, they have already done so. They have granted industry status. So the second policy intervention which could be done is creation of a state logistics division. So for the development and promotion of the logistics sector in the state of West Bengal in a systematic and in a methodical manner, it is imperative that there be an empowered apex body to facilitate the development and implementation of the logistics and logistic infrastructure in the state. This logistic division obviously may be composed of representatives from relevant state ministries because it's a interfunctional sector where a lot of ministries and departments are involved. And they may also have central representation in terms of ports and customs to ensure seamless coordination. Now, what could be the terms of reference of this logistic division? A is to obviously formulate policies and advise the government of West Bengal on the physical and the regulatory infrastructure required to support West Bengal's logistic development. Then issue necessary directives for development of physical infrastructure to ensure or to support the logistics sector in West Bengal, including setting up of logistic clusters, logistic cities, and also to building the trunk infrastructure to support such logistic clusters and cities, as well as inland waterways, land and seaports. To also act as an appraisal committee, this particular logistic division that I'm talking about, for all and facilitator for all proposed projects in Bengal pertaining to the logistics sector, including, like I said, logistic clusters, cities, standalone logistic parks, warehouses, cold storage, mini ports, multimodal transport hub, road infrastructure, etc. Obviously, we have heard Dr. Mitra also speak in the beginning that to act as an advisory body, this particular division for the government of West Bengal on matters related to e-logistics adoption, skill development, land use development plan, promotion of Bengal as a preferred regional logistic hub catering to the eastern and the northeastern India, as well as, of course, the ASEAN countries and such others. So again, incidentally, the Department of Commerce and Industry of the central government, they have also created a logistic division for centralized dealing of all logistics and logistics infrastructure related matters. What I'm talking about is of having a very empowered apex committee at the state level as well. Now, we did speak about, or rather, Dr. Mitra was speaking about a dedicated logistics policy, which is perhaps on its way. So definitely there is a need for that. So for further systematic development and growth of the logistics sector in West Bengal, with increased focus on intermodality and synchronization and coordination between different agencies at state level, as well as integration with the national logistics system. So that it can serve as a comprehensive policy document and which is adopted by the state government, laying down an overarching framework with respect to the formulation and execution of and support for the logistics and logistics infrastructure. So obviously the key objectives of this logistic policy will include the following, which I will tell you, and actually enable taking the first two steps, which I have mentioned before. So some of them would be integrated development of logistics and driving down logistic cost. This document of the policy document itself to serve as a single point reference for all logistics and trade facilitation matters in the state, thereby promoting ease of doing business in the state, encouraging public-private partnership in the construction and the operation of modern logistic facilities in the state. So these three policy interventions, as we have sort of identified in, like I said, in our course of advising clients, they could be extremely beneficial. They are all intertwined, but they could be extremely beneficial. Now, as Mr. Datta wanted me to speak a little bit on the land laws, and definitely so, because obviously for development of logistics and logistics infrastructure, land is perhaps the most critical ingredient. Bengal, of course, has two land ceiling limits, historically fragmented smaller holdings and complex landlords, which of course is the case for any other state, since land is a state subject by the Constitution of India. The multiple laws, they have historically evolved over time to address a variety of issues. However, Bengal has one very positive aspect about land acquisition, which is the fact that here, agricultural land can be acquired and converted for industrial purposes, unlike many other states. And further, the good thing which has happened, at least over the last 5-7 years, is that this process of land acquisition, mutation, conversion, they have all been taken up by the state government, and several relevant amendments to the extent land law, to the extent law, land-related laws, rules, regulations, policies, they have been made, which has aided in streamlining of the process. So in the following slides, I will guide your attention to the very positive changes which have been brought about in the last few years, which can only act as enablers for logistics project, And as I said, land laws, even in Bengal, there are several, but few have maximum relevance if a large logistic project has to be implemented in the lands of Bengal. And the same are, as you can see on the screen, West Bengal Land Reforms Act, Estate Acquisition Act, Urban Land Ceiling Regulation Act, which is ULCRA, and this is the other act. So there are two ceiling limits, as I was saying. One is the Land Reforms Act, one is in this ULCRA, and of course the land policies. Now, part of this deliberation in the next 5-10 minutes that I will be speak may appear a little technical, but I shall try to make it as practical as possible because I'm actually speaking from my practical experiences as a lawyer, advising clients engaged in the logistics sector in some way or the other. So if we pick up West Bengal Land Reforms Act, it also has its set of rules. This was enacted at a time when certain then prevailing socioeconomic situations had to be addressed. However, it has evolved with time, especially in the last few years. So there's this section over in this particular act, which is section 14Y. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with this. I personally think it is a very empowering provision, provided it is effectively and timely implemented. So a person, when I say a person, I mean, of course, person as defined in Companies Act, which means any entity with the prior written permission. So there's a process of getting this permission. So they have to get a prior written permission of the state government after submitting a project report, which has to be approved. Now, why I have picked up 14Y to be discussed here, because this particular section, it specifically mentions the proposed use of land, which include establishment of an expansion of logistic hub, industrial park, industrial hub, etc., particularly in acknowledgement of the requirement of the large contiguous land parcels for such projects. Also, this section enables the person who has got the permission to subdivide those lands and lease them out. And there are certain conditions attached to this permission. One of them being is that it has to be utilized for the purpose for which the project was approved within 3 plus 2 years, 2 years extension. Otherwise, the ceiling limit will again reapply. So this section 14Y, as I said, is a very empowering provision. What is required, perhaps very strict adherence to the timelines for its approval for every project proponent who approaches the government with this kind of submission of project report. Now, the other, as I mentioned earlier, in West Bengal, unlike many other states, agricultural land can be acquired and converted for commercial and industrial use. So if I conjointly read, so you can see on the screen there is a section 4C and rule 5AA, if they are conjointly read, that really explains that on receipt of an application by a landowner for change of area, character, or use of the land to utilize it for industrial and commercial purposes from agricultural purposes, obviously, again, there's a process. The collector will do a necessary inquiry and hearing and then may grant the order of conversion. There is the process is quite detailed in the rule. Now, what has been done is by way of a recent amendment in 2018, post facto conversion has been enabled. That is, land which was being used as commercial or industrial may be in non-compliance of section 4C, that is by not converting the same, has been allowed to be converted post facto. So as per this section, the state government may by order regularize the change, conversion, or alteration in the area, the character, or mode of use of land that has taken place in non-compliance of the procedure laid down. And a new rule, which is sub-rule 1A, has also been added to give effect to this section. Now, in my view, this is a very pragmatic change which has been brought about by the state government, because I know for a fact that several industries, for reasons which cannot be, plainly attributed to evasion of law or negligence, but to other practical difficulties, they could not have converted the land and had to start operating industries on non-converted land. Now, this kind of a situation, it has been given cognizance to by the state government in this concept of post facto conversion. It's a very useful amendment which helps industries to regularize, and more so in today's times, because there are many organizations, many companies which look for private equity, they look for FDI, and such issues of non-compliance becomes quite an hindrance, because all these private equity funds, they are mostly foreign funds and they have their ICs from whom they have to get approval. So these become a hindrance not only in closing the deal, but also getting a good bargain. So this has been a very positive development. The other important thing, which I will tell you why I'm discussing here, is this Estate Acquisition Act, a change therein, where this was made in 2017 with respect to unused or excess factory land vested under the West Bengal Estate Acquisition Act. This is especially applicable and relevant to today's context because several jute mills and other factory lands which are by the river and which can hence be effectively used for dry ports, inland waterways usage, etc. So these lands have now been allowed to be held by the intermediaries as lessees directly under the state government with effect from the date of vesting under the Estate Acquisition Act for the purposes mentioned in 14Y. So if you recall, I had just mentioned that 14Y includes specifically purposes such as making logistics hub, warehouses, etc. But albeit upon a payment of a stipulated salami and rent. Now the state government, they have gone a step further, and in order to excite the landowners of such land, it has suggested amendments to reduce the salami from what it was in 2017 amendment, from a range of about 25 to 45% of the current market price to 17% of the current market price, if such lands are utilized or offered to be utilized for logistic projects such as logistic hub, warehousing, etc. Thereby effectively encouraging such owners to offer and or consider such land for logistic development purposes. So, like I said, this is still in a draft amendment stage. I'm not aware if this has been already passed as a notification, but the draft amendment is there. And of course, there's a land policy of 2012. It has been amended. It is always revisited to bring it up to time, and it has been amended to as near as 2019. It's a very compact document, basis which many steps have been taken, such as uniform lease tenure, allowing mortgage, transfer of leasehold. Some parastatals who are engaged in leasing of industrial plots, they have also undertaken exercise of taking steps for bringing about uniformity in the land allotment process and lease management for dovetailing the same towards the ease of doing business concept. And I will also speak for 2 seconds on this direct land purchase policy, which is why, because this is made specifically to facilitate important infrastructure projects such as food go downs, roads, bridges, and other public purposes by way of direct land purchase from the owners. And this is applicable to various departments of the state government and central government who act as the requiring bodies. There is a particular process which has to be followed. A proposal has to be made, a local notice is given, hearings are held, land search is done, and then lands are purchased through the relevant Zila Parishads, municipal corporation, parastatal, as given by the requiring body. This policy also speaks of an incentive to be given to the landowners if the registration is done within 30 days, that is, they are paid 50% more of the price, existing prevailing price, and if it is done within 31 to 60 days, then 10%. Now, of course, these were the nice things which have happened, but one persisting practical problem, I think Dr. Mitro also mentioned it this morning, is the substantial difference between the because all properties which have to be finally bought by way of a registered sale deed or something. So obviously there's a repeated occurrence of substantial difference between the transaction value of a property and the notified circle rate of the area where the property is located, which leads to two inconveniences. One is payment of stamp duty and registration fee on the notified circle rate, which is typically higher than the transaction value of the property, and imposition of tax liability on the differential amount between the transaction value and the notified circle rate on both seller as income from capital gains and buyer as income from other sources. So these are under Section 50C and Section 56(2)(10) of the Income Tax Act, respectively. This is a practical problem, and in my experience has been a deal breaker. However, many times. However, I understand that the state government, they have engaged consultants to study this and suggest necessary ways to bring about parity between the prevailing transaction value of a property and its notified circle rate to reduce this hardship. I'm not aware of the development which has happened in this area, but I'm very sure that this study was undertaken and it was undergoing. Another point is about digitization and collaboration of land records, which has become so much more important now because of this COVID situation, where it is not possible for physical searches to happen. And the more digitization happens, the more corroboration happens, the better. So definitely a lot has been done. We have a fantastic portal in which one can go, but I feel that it starts from a certain date. But now it's time that we go beyond that and start digitizing those. And also, make it more user friendly, and so that will lead to more transparency and accuracy, and it will help in acquisition of large tracts of land parcels which are required for logistics sector. The diligence process will become smoother, it will be quicker, and obviously again the purpose of ease of doing business will be resolved to a large extent. So this was my view and my presentation on these two very important topics of policy and land, which was discussed in some way or the other in this session, and in fact before also. So I hope it was useful, and you can ask me any questions later. Thank you so much. I can't hear them.
Sorry, very sorry.
I'm not being able to hear.
No, now you are superb. You are excellent in clarifying the land policies of the state government. Actually, it is a logistics colloquium, but really you have given light to the whole industry sector, that what are the new state policies, which was unaware of a lot of people.
Yes.
That there are so many state policies for the land, and which has helped all the industries across the industry line, not only the logistics sector. So I will come to you later.
There is a lot of intervention of the logistics sector in it, because government has kept in mind.
Ms. Basu, actually what Madam Yadav said, one thing is very important, that this COVID situation has shown one thing, that after the health industry, the most important industry for a country's growth is the logistics industry.
Very
The
true.
country moved only because of the logistics industry, whether it is for the medicines or any other important. Without logistics industry, a country cannot grow. So that has been proved in this COVID situation, how much important is the logistics industry. So I will not be late, but I will now request to welcome Mr. Gaurav Sharma, Director ESR. And what Dr. Mitru has also told in his speech, that the way ESR is working for the growth of the state and the warehousing. So I will request Mr. Sharma that ESR's perspective warehousing infrastructure and their future projects in Bengal, and also your policy expectations from the government for warehouse developers, because you are a veteran person in this trade. So it is, what is your opinion and what is your expectations? It's over to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. It's always a pleasure to be part of this colloquium. This is my third year to be part of this. And we've come a long way since my first colloquium. I remember we had just about acquired the land at that point in time. And in fact, we not even signed our first lease at that point in time. Right now, we have increased our land parcel from about 75 to 95 acres. It's a WBIDC land parcel. I have a little presentation that I've put together. I'll just run through that. Just give me a second, I'll share it. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, so I will start with a small little introduction about ESR. ESR is one of the largest APAC-focused logistics real estate platform by gross floor area and by value of the assets owned directly and by the funds and investment vehicles it manages. It's been co-founded by its senior management team and Warburg Pincus. ESR and the funds and investment vehicle it manages are backed by some of the world's preeminent investors. The ESR platform spans across 6 major countries, which is Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Australia, India, and China. In terms of size, as of 31st December 2019, the fair value of the properties directly held by ESR and the assets under management with respect to the funds and the investment vehicles that ESR manages was approximately $22.1 billion US dollars. The total gross floor area of properties completed and under development is close to about 17.2 million square meters in total. ESR has been listed in the main board of the Stock Exchange of Hong Kong since 1st November 2019. I'll just take you through some of our global portfolio. These are some of our warehouses across these 6 countries. In India, this is our 4 regions where we have BMW Regional Distribution Center in Pune. This is ESR Uluberia. I'll just give you a quick summary of our total presence in India. So we in India own about a total of 700 acres of land. We're about this 700 acres of land can build about 18 million square feet, which in turn turns around to about 81 buildings that we can build in the 700 acres of land. We have completed about 606 million square feet has been completed. We are looking at adding about 4 million square feet of speculative building in this year, and about 8 million of BTS potential square feet of buildings we have already got as clients which are there, and we are in negotiations with them to finalize these also. This is a quick summary. I will not take you through much of it. Just to quickly tell you, this is in Uluberia. We are building about 1.6 million square feet. We own about 95 acres of land. This is WBIDC land. This is the Isar Uluberia Park aerial view. This is a long shot we took through a drone. So if you notice, this is the two Flipkart buildings. Then you have the one, then the Amazon building is coming on the left-hand side. It's still under construction. The first phase is due to be delivered in the next 1.5 months. Now, coming down to the topic discussion of this forum, the industry outlook, expectation from government, from policy point of view. You know, I have done my little bit of analysis. I handle North as a region, so I look at a lot of policy framework which is there in the northern region, especially in the state of Haryana, and also I keep speaking to my colleagues in different states and try and understand various policy frameworks that various states have. Interestingly, I took some analysis from the latest Knight Frank Warehousing Market Research Report of 2020, which very interestingly compared state-wise independent warehousing logistic policies. It benchmarked various provisions and benefits across 14 or 15 parameters across various state policies. Interestingly, you will note that out of the total 29 states, only about, very few states, about I think 9 states have a warehousing and a logistic policy, including West Bengal does have a logistic park development and promotion policy of West Bengal, which is 2018, but it's not very elaborative as compared to some of the other states. Specifically, if you look at the leadership in terms of so ranking basis, they did a ranking, Knight Frank did a ranking basis, the developer benefits. So, what they did was they outlined 14 different benefits, what the developer gets out of these policies, and ranked all these 9 policies of different states. Surprisingly, obviously, West Bengal was at the bottom down, not because the West Bengal policy is now, I know it's been under framework for development for the last 2 years, probably it's got delayed because of the COVID-19. And I wouldn't be surprised that it'll be at the #1 stage in the next 1 or 2 months whenever the policy comes out. So just to outline my thoughts, as a developer in the state of West Bengal, we are probably building one of the largest warehousing parks in the east, I guess. It's spread across 95 acres. And some of the challenges, in fact, our challenges were very limited because, our land was on WBIDC land. So a lot of support came in from WBIDC. I thank Vandana madam and her team who've been there helping us at every stage of development. But nevertheless, we want to expand. We have been out in the market to buy more land. We want to grow further. We want to invest more. But we have been facing challenges. And I will just outline some since the policy is in the framework of development. This is some of my suggestions and ideas which could be taken by the government of West Bengal to be implemented in the policy framework. So I have divided this into 3 categories. So I have divided them into land, development, and policy, and subsidies and incentives. So if you come down to land, land acquisition and reforms, Ms. Basu clearly outlined some of the challenges here. I've been out trying to acquire more land in Calcutta for about 2 years. I go see land practically. I get land parcels from various people almost every week. The challenge that we face is that 24 acres of land is not good enough for us, because we need to buy land beyond 24 acres. And our land parcels need to be, in excess of 50 acres. I know there's a 14Y process, but I don't know, this 14Y process is slightly complicated for us. First we have to take the approval or first buy the land. For example, in UP, what happens if people tend to, if the conversion has happened on the land, then the land ceiling is not, there on the land. So people would buy maybe 20 acres of land in one company, 20 acres in another company. And then when the conversion is taken, they merge the companies and then the land ceiling is not applicable. So some of the suggestions here, we need a slightly more streamlined process here so that land acquisition could become slightly more easier. I still feel it's a little complicated. Now on the infrastructure status also, Ms. Basu covered, this is extremely critical. It's very important. A lot of states are given infrastructure status to warehousing and logistics sector. I would not outline the benefits that come along with it. She's already outlined that. Now, the minimum area for warehousing development should be at least 20 acres. What happens if you start building warehouses, one warehouse in 2 acres, 3 acres across the city? If people start building warehouses in every vacant land, every corner of the land with 2 acres, 5 acres, this creates a lot of pressure on small development and the infrastructure of the city. So the policy guideline should have a minimum acreage. Any developer has to acquire a minimum of 20 acres or 25 acres. That's the government of West Bengal can decide that. And then urban FC is also there, where within the urban limits of the municipality, maybe 2 acres, 3 acres, or 5 acres could be a limit. Next is in terms of a solution that I said that farmers, there are a lot of farmers who want to sell land, and maybe government could act as an apex body who could where farmers could go to the government and say, okay, we want to register land for sale. And government could accumulate this land, and together this land could later be auctioned, or invite people like FDI investors like us to buy this land, so that the whole process becomes easier. Being an FDI investor, it's very difficult for me to bring in money, and then and if something goes wrong with the land acquisition, that money gets stuck here. There are very stringent RBI guidelines to this effect. Another very critical point is the single video clearance for approval. If I was to purchase a land parcel, the conversion for warehousing logistic license that I require should be a single window process. A clear defined conversion cost should be there for converting this. In Haryana, you have very, very simplified policy. 3 things are there. What is the road width that needs to be there? And they have categorized regions into different categories. Based on those categories, A, B, C, D, you have conversion rates applicable for the land conversion. There should be an online mechanism. This should be all online, so that there's no physical paperwork to do. We could apply online, and the whole process of conversion should happen online. Haryana is a great case study, and probably that's why they're on the leaderboard in terms of the policy guideline. It's very simplified process that they follow in the state of Haryana. Next, coming to next key aspect is on the development cycle, some of the policy development and structural approvals that we require. So when we get, now the land has got converted, and now we're in the development stage. So we would want the ground coverage to be increased to 60% from 50%. We've already made that provision request to WBIDC. Another benefit or incentive, because the FAR allowed is 1 on this, and if we don't consume the FAR, the remaining FAR incentive should come to us in some way. I mean, this is a slightly higher ask, but I just decided to put it, because we are leaving more land for greenery. So, some incentive should come along with it. Because in the warehousing, you can never consume 1 FAR ever. Height increase should increase to 20 meters. Typically we build buildings with 12 meters to 14 meters. But lately, a lot of retail clients like HUL, Nestle are looking at 20-meter heights. And so that should go up to 20 meters as should be allowed as well. Again, single window approval for CT, CTO, building plan approvals, and fire NOC. The government should allocate a relationship manager for a project who will help me through and through with the CT, CTO, building plan approvals, and fire NOC. When you acquire land, you always need PWD and HI approvals. You need road culverts to be made. This should again be a very easy process. Some process should be implemented here as well. Very important thing that the government should look at, that the environment clearance for warehousing should be exempted. This is a non-polluting industry, and so if this exemption could be made, it would save a lot of time to us. Faster single window approval for both power and water, of course. Define turnaround times on approvals and provision for deemed approvals. This is something very critical. So, for example, I put my building plan approval, which comes from a registered architect, qualified architect, and it goes to the government for approval. Since it's come from a registered architect, it should be considered as deemed approval. So till probably the plinth level, I should be allowed to start constructing. And so that kind of approval at deemed level should be there. And if the turnaround time is not met by the department, then it should be automatically considered as approved. Another big challenge, I think probably we have faced this as the biggest challenge in the state of Calcutta. In state of Calcutta requires filling material everywhere. This has been the biggest challenge for us. I believe if we get the infrastructure status, then there is a lot of suppliers, where a lot of supply of filling material which goes to NHI could also be prioritized to warehousing and logistic developers like us, where some of this supply could come to us also, because this has been the biggest hindrance for us, that we do not get filling material to fill the land parcel, and it is probably the biggest challenge for us. I think I have had no problems otherwise, besides the filling material has been probably the biggest challenge. Some aspects of subsidies and incentives. I feel subsidies and incentives should be given to warehousing and logistic developers who tend to develop quality warehousing. In our business we call it as grade A, grade B, grade C, and there could be certain 5 parameters to this in subsidies and incentives. It's very critical, and if a developer is meeting these 5 parameters, these could be 5, 6 or more parameters. For example, he is proposing alternate energy, supporting solar energy, because warehousing roofs are very large, and there is a provision that we make in our solar roofs for putting. So we build our load in a way that we can actually put solar cells on our roofs. So this provision should be there. Where a developer meets green norms and maintains a certain percentage in every park. Probably in Haryana it is 15%. Every developer who puts a sewage treatment plant, does rainwater harvesting, also does certain certifications, key certifications like gold and platinum by IGBC, meets certain minimum standards for flooring and the PV structure, quality of the PV structure. So once he meets these 5 parameters, he should be allowed to certain subsidies and incentives. And these subsidies and incentives are few that I can outline right now. Are some of the states are doing this 100% stamp duty reimbursement on sale deed. This is a huge incentive for us if it can be given. Some amount of capital subsidy could be given on capital investments, about 20%. Subsidy on water tariff by 20% if there is water supply in that region. Subsidized power tariff, again a huge advantage, and exemption on power duty. 5% interest subsidy on capital assets purchased, and any property tax if there is eligible in that region. So these are some of the key aspects. I would make as a request to the government of West Bengal, where this policy is being formulated. I'm sure it's like Dr. Mitra said, that it's in the anvil, and it will be soon announced, and I hope we get to see it and give our thoughts to it as well before it's finalized. I really hope that some of these aspects are incorporated, and we are looking to invest more in the state of West Bengal. It's been a fantastic experience for us over these 3 years. In the next December, we'll be launching Amazon, which is a huge achievement. 2 large e-commerce players on the same land parcel. It's something huge. It's creating a lot of employment in that region. So look forward. These are some of my thoughts. I'll leave it to this right now. Thanks. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra. You have elaborated the points or the policies you want from the state government, and definitely after the session we will discuss this with Madam Jadhav. So now let me request Mr. Chandar Agarwal, MD TCI Express. He is the man behind the giving TCI Express its new avatar as TCI Express. He is responsible for the planning and growth of the company, where he is increasing the delivery and pickup locations from 40,000 to 60,000 within India. So it's over to you, Mr. Chandar Agarwal.
Yes, good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us in this conference. I'm Chandra Agarwal, Managing Director of TCI Express, and TCI Express is India's fastest growing express distribution company. And we are serving 708 districts in our remarkable country. Before commencing my presentation, I would like to thank Mr. Mehul Mohanka, Chairman, CII West Bengal State Council, Ms. Vandana Yadav, IS Secretary, Industry, Government of West Bengal, Dr. Amit Mitra, Honorable Minister of Finance, IT Industry, and MSME Government of West Bengal, other fellow panelists, guests, for being part of the very important 13th CII Logistics Colloquium. We all know that financial year 1920 ended on an unprecedented note with COVID-19 impacting human life and businesses across the globe. A phenomenon which confronted all our current aspects of lifestyles, businesses, and economies. It was a black swan event that took us by surprise and forced us to rethink and transform our way of life and how we conduct business. Today, I would like to share experiences, challenges, and learnings which with me and my organization have gone through in the last 4 months. A little different from what everybody has been talking about, but road logistics is about 60% of the logistics cost in India. And it is one of the most important points to increase, help assist India's GDP increase. Before we start, I just want to ensure that the questions during the presentation can be asked at the end of it. Please start the presentation. Next. Next. So India's GDP is about 2.7 trillion, and the logistics cost is about 14%. If you look at on the right-hand side, it's 15% in China and 8% in the US. 60% of it is by road, 31% is by rail, 9% is by water, and only 0.1% by air. So total logistics spend in India is $360 billion. And out of which the road transportation is a $210 billion industry. The unorganized segment is about 95%. And TCI Express carries about $10 billion in value of material every year, which gives TCI Express a market share of 5%. If you look at the government of India, the logistics infrastructure initiatives, we have the Bharatmala Pariyojana to provide 15 national corridors, government to target increased length of national highway to 200,000 kilometers, development of 15 multimodal logistics parks under the Logistics Efficiency Enhancement Program. Make in India, a flagship project of Government of India to transform the country into a global manufacturing hub. Identified multiple key economic sectors for setting up manufacturing bases. And we will also generate new business opportunity for logistics sector. That is the Make in India effort by the government. Now, the infrastructure status for logistics industry is very easy and economical for financing the industry surge in private investments. Growth of large format warehouses and multimodal logistics parks. Express industry is small but premium and very significant in the logistics industry. It is also the fastest growing segment, and it is expecting a 17% year-on-year growth for the next 3 years. Express industry is expected to receive a fillip from higher level of consumption demand in the country. Consumption demand in the country is expected to grow at 10% annually, creating additional demand for the express industry. Next. Just a few slides about us. This is our vision statement and mission statement. TCI Express should be a customer-oriented, multi-technology, multi-specialist transport system in the Indian and international markets, with a proven commitment to excellence in every facet of activity and pursuit of value-based policy to satisfy aspirations of society, customers, vendors, employees, shareholders in the transport industry. We are actually part of the TCI, the Transport Corporation of India Group, and our business had started in Calcutta itself in the year 1958. So it is a special bonding for us to be a part of this colloquium. Next. We are India's fastest express delivery company, and we are providing door-to-door express distribution services. We are offering time-definite solutions which focus on Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 cities. We have ERP-enabled operations, barcoding, GPS-enabled vehicles, and CCTV surveillance. We are now ranked 402 in the top 500 companies based on market cap as on March 31, 2020. We run about 5,000 vehicles. We have 800 plus company branches. We serve 200 countries. We work through 24 air gateways. And we serve about 40,000 locations across India with a workforce of 3,000 plus. This is our network. It's all across India, from Ladakh, Leh to Kanyakumari to Shillong, all the way in the northeast. Next. So if you look at our industry vertical, we have on the left side, we have the SME as 50%. And we cater to the pharma, automotive, engineering, and telecom, consumer durable, and lifestyle. The Surface Express is about 86% of our business. Air International is 1%. Air Express is 8%. And e-commerce is about 5%. How have we actually dealt with the impact of COVID-19? And I will just describe quickly in a few slides. Thanks. So we know that the lockdown started from March 25th onwards. March 25th, 2020. There was total shutdown of the country. There was manufacturing shutdown and complete halt of distribution network. Next. We hit the revenue, which wasn't favorable, also due to the global economic slowdown in Q2 and Q3. So that actually gave us some growth, but it wasn't growth to the level that we had expected. Next. We had no idea, the entire country did not have any idea how the logistics movement would happen when the lockdown was announced in March 25th. We had about close to almost 1,000 trucks on the highways stranded, not knowing where to go or what to do next. Next. The borders had locked down and it was impossible to move shipments. So we realized that it would be in the best interest to get in touch with our vendor drivers and call them to our nearest branch office. That was a task that took almost 3 weeks to get all the material. We had material on the road, thousands of crores of material on the road, which we had to secure. Thanks. And of course, there was a pressure of the costs and the salaries and the rents and everything, but we did not falter away from not paying any salary or not paying any rent. Next. And on top of that, everyone's life, which was, made everyone so afraid of the virus, was spreading like crazy. It is still spreading. Today, it's become like almost 60,000 cases a day, which is quite, it looks very challenging for businesses. Next. In phase 2, in the month of April and May, there was also an exodus of migrant labor, creating shortage of unskilled labor. And this is something which we know that in India is a big problem. We can have world-class warehousing, we can have world-class infrastructure, but till the government doesn't really handle or tackle the labor crisis and labor problem, there is no way a country can see a reduction in logistics costs or higher GDP growth. Next. Next. We saw that the manufacturing was opening up, and soon after it shut down in the month of March, when it started opening up, all the SMEs, well, the SMEs were the first to open up, and then the larger companies. And we were depending on these laborers on us for our sorting centers, the unskilled laborers. And when the companies started opening up, the SMEs started opening up, we noticed that even they were facing a labor shortage. And so it was not something which was only in our side, it was felt throughout the industry. There was also a permanent demand loss with drivers, as they had gone to their hometowns and they had, left in other companies in the unorganized segment. Thanks. Essentials was started moving in the month of April, but only in small numbers. It was not in a very large number. And in fact, most e-commerce deliveries only started in the month of April, third week of April, as I clearly remember. And it was also very restricted. In fact, what I always say is that the Kirana stores around everybody's localities, they were doing better deliveries than these e-commerce deliveries. Next. So we had to improve and we had to work on certain aspects. We had to start generating revenue continuity. And we also had to keep our employees and vendors safe. Challenges, what we realized is that challenges were opportunities in disguise. And this made me really think, what is it that we can do differently? We basically, what we started doing was we took all the staff and we got them back to our offices as per guidelines issued by the health ministry and local government authorities. We were not really business hungry, but we were more concerned about the safety of our staff. We created a crisis response team to facilitate the open and consistent flow of accurate information to our customers regarding where the shipment was held on the highway, or when it will reach them. So we kind of like linked we linked the missing information of the consignment with the customer, and that really got us in tune with what the customer wanted. And then next, what we started doing was that the shipment stock, we started building tiered transparency and short-term action plans. How do we get the material delivered? If somebody is saying that it is like a life-saving pharmaceutical drug or anything of that sort, the goal was to get it across as early as possible. So what we did was we revised our cash flow and working capital system with cost control measures, because the action in the company was wanting to, was wanting capital, and we had to also secure the capital. We could not just give away, spend money on all these activities. So we reviewed all the sales and operations department for integrated and strategic planning. And we had to synchronize all our business functions, from IT, from marketing, to operations, to accounting. And it messed in really well. What we realized is that the opportunities actually were there, which are not introduced, which are not visible to us before the lockdown. So we all introduced and added 3 new products to our portfolio. And we added the C2C, which we did not have, which is basically essential bigger loads of consignment going from one customer to the other, and essentially a full truckload. And we added cold chain of not everything, but just like critical items which had to move. And of course, the rail express, we saw that the rail was moving. There were more there were less blockages in the rail cargo movement compared to the road cargo. So we took that opportunity and we started moving a lot by rail as well. Some of the steps that we took, I think the photos are showing up that, we were the first companies to put on the mask, get the hand sanitizer going, build a cost structure for the sanitization and, of cleaning of the material. So we also use HR to kind of like talk to the employees for their physical and mental health being. Then the company health app was introduced. That was something which no other company was doing. And then, of course, we wanted to ensure that the employees would not get afraid. So a lot of counseling was also done. We also had a backup plan for the staff that was that might have fallen sick or was in the process. So we built 64 quarantine centers across our centers. We were possibly the only logistics company that did that. And we were not, and we never boasted about it till now, until I'm talking about it now, because we saw that the need was there, and this 62 quarantine centers was open to anyone who wanted to use, in our, like if the vendor wanted to use, or if a labor wanted to use, in that sense, and who could not go back to their village. Then we, of course, we started like every other company, the Google Meet and all of that. So that was taken on fully in full force, and we were quite successful in doing that. We were very cautious about availability of essential goods for staff, as I mentioned already. And till now also we are practicing that quite religiously. Regular sanitizing of all our small offices to corporate offices is on as I speak. And of course, the 3,000 plus workforce, we're in constant touch with contact. And the app helps, our internal app helps us in knowing if at all if there is any problem. So this is something that we developed. You can have a look, like for just the corporate office, the regional offices, the branch, and the controlling, where we were just explaining all our employees what should be done, what should not be done. So this was created in-house, and then we were circulating it. Okay. And then, of course, we created something for the driver and material management. What the drivers have to follow, when they're delivering to the customer or picking up from the customer. Thanks. So things like thermal scanning, all that, face mask, wash the hands, all of the basic protocols were in place. And I saw that it was taken on very quite diligently, even by the employees. So the sanitization, we gave them the training on the door handles and all of that, and it's still going on, like quite strongly in the company. Of course, the loading persons, as I mentioned, they all had to do the same process. The same processes had to be on, and of sanitization, wearing face masks, and then washing your hands with soap, which is now a compulsory activity that has to be done. So what was the impact of doing all that? We came back quite strong after the setback of April and May. We are now, last month we were at about 75% of March levels. And I think August should be about 85% of March levels. We had a robust Q1 also. So we are at 70% in July, as I mentioned, and about 85% this month. And 80 and 100% we are expecting by September. So we are of course known in the country for being one of the highest profitable company. in this business, and we will maintain that. So we did not have any attrition, and we did not have any fatality. That was one of the biggest plus points that we achieved with our efforts. And we did not do any employee salary deduction, as I mentioned. And we were possibly the only logistics company that did not deduct employee salaries. So we're steadily growing, and our growth story continues. And I think it has been a tumultuous time for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. It's a very informative how you organization and done in this COVID period. Now I will go straight to Madam Vandana. Madam is there. Sorry, madam, you are waiting for such a long time.
No, it's a pleasure.
Madam, one point which I realized that going through the discussions of the panelists, that all we are waiting for that logistics policy is, and what Mr. Gaurav has said, that sorry, others should mute because there is. So everybody is wanting a elaborate logistics policy, where Gaurav has mentioned about the logistics task policy. That also should be elaborate. So it is your what is your what we are getting. We know it's coming, but what we are getting actually.
But rather than saying what you're getting, what we do commit is that we will take a good stakeholders consultation. So I would like to use this forum whereby we can share the draft policy with the CII and anybody else who's interested. And we would welcome suggestions from all the stakeholders so that we can incorporate those. In fact, today's sessions have been very interesting because especially the suggestions given by ESR and Mr. Mukherjee were very helpful. They are the players, established players in the field. It would help us to know what else and what exactly is it that they want. I must compliment Mr. Sharma for being very, very clear and focused in terms of what a policy should include. Ms. Basu also laid out very clearly what the land forms which are required to make logistics feasible. Some of these are already included. In fact, declaring logistics to an industry is already included in that. Having a logistics council which will promote and supervise efforts and be one stop for all logistic related policy issues is also involved. The building plan relaxations, the FAR relaxations, and some of the land relaxations are not already built in, but we have certain other suggestions. What we will do is we will share this policy, the draft policy, with all the stakeholders through CII, and we would welcome the suggestions. In fact, even this, the report of this session can be compiled and sent. And with that, I think we can make it into a more broad-based and industry-friendly feedback. We do not promise that we will incorporate everything, but we do promise thorough consideration and debate on everything which has been proposed.
Actually, madam, I always feel personally that this kind of webinar or colloquium should give some result. And it is really excellent what I feel from this session, the way 3 days we have gone with this colloquium. This is the best result of the colloquium that you came forward, and the way that Mr. Sharma has given his policy. So we are hopeful that CII and other sectors also, with that government, state government will come out with a very strong and elaborate policy, logistics policy, which will help the logistics industry should grow. And under your able leadership, we will get it done. That is what I feel is the result of this colloquium. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Really, thanks very much. Sucharita, it's a lovely, it's a wonderful your explanation, and I never thought that it will be so helpful for us, and it is helpful for everyone, and it will also help the government, because you have touched the land policies which will help, which has to be there in the logistics policy also. Mr. Sharma, you are wonderful. The way you have came out with these your proposals is wonderful, and that Madam Jadhav has also. And Mr. You have done what you have done, Chandraji, your best practices, what you have told at this COVID period. Thank you for your informative session. Thank you, madam, for being there with us for a long time. And we are really grateful from CII that for this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Now, we'll be going over to a gentleman really for the next session who is there for a long time. Mr. Rajanveer Singh Kapoor, IAS, MD, WBTC, known for his grip and knowledge of this craft. He has always been high for being an extraordinary orator. Mr. Kapoor, a hearty welcome to you. And really, we are welcoming you. And now it's up to you, Mr.
Good evening, everyone. Before I start, I would like to place my gratitude to Vandana Yadav ma'am for inviting me for this particular session. Now, Mr. Datta, I don't really deal with warehousing as such with my portfolio, but I do deal with the Transport Corporation of West Bengal, wherein we are looking after waterways, which is going to be a major part of what I discussed today. And as per the discussion, all the panelists before me, which has been really enlightening, I would just like to kind of pick up a few important points, which will kind of lead naturally to the waterway discussion, which fits in the entire logistics scenario. Well, we must first of all remember that there are 1 billion people in this country who have a mobile phone. So reports say that 10 years from now, almost 600 million people will be in the cities. When such huge number of people are in the cities, Mr. Datta and everybody in the panel, what you need as a backend is the warehouse. So the warehousing concept, as all of you have given your recommendations regarding the policy, and ma'am has also said a draft policy has been circulated amongst you all, is very pertinent because entire backend, which will actually drive the consumerism, which will drive the urbanization of the country in the future, is actually through warehousing. And as rightly pointed by Vandana Yadav ma'am, that the COVID situation led to an increase in the e-commerce and home delivery sites where you sit at home and you order something. I think it is even more pertinent for us to look at where we are in warehousing terms in the state and what all we can incorporate. A few good points have been given by all the panelists before. I might as well touch a few quickly and then move on to the discussion on waterways. Well, an important data which you must also understand is that national logistic cost of India is about 13 to 15% of the total GDP. So for 100 units which are used in production, about 15 units are used in supply chain. But if you go to the more developed parts of the world, that cost is about 7 to 8%. So which means the prime target of our logistic policy should aim at also reducing the supply chain costs, which can certainly be done by various inputs which have been shared, and some of which are very practically observable, like having a more efficient, seamless supply chain where you have less number of parties from the supplier to the consumer. And as you know, we pay rentals in terms of per square feet area. So a larger warehouse with more height will also determine more volume is stored in the same expense. So when your cost will go, the cost is same or a little more, the increase in the cost is not as high as the volume, which comes with a larger, bigger, higher warehouse. Obviously, that will reduce our cost. Economies of scale, because we can have, MHEs and we can have equipments that can help us manage the inventory in a more efficient way. So needless to say, all the experts are here. All the reports are pointing that the sector is going to grow at 20 to 30% in the next 5 to 7 years. And a large, I was talking to the warehousing stakeholders today morning, 3 large, we can see shifts happening in the warehousing across the country. From unorganized sectors, now people are moving to grade A and big, large players. From family-run business, now it's more institutional. And we have large 3PL organizations coming in, the third-party logistics, who would actually consolidate the warehousing from various small stakeholders, which will actually reduce the cost, because our main aim should be to reduce the cost. As warehousing is just one part of the component, from the supplier to the manufacturer to the warehouse to the distributor to the consumer, warehousing is not an end in itself. So I think the most important thing is that it is not an end in itself, it's a means, and a means to achieve a seamless, low cost movement of goods and services from the source to the destination. And with such consolidation and efforts in the policy as discussed by everybody, I think we'll be able to reduce the costs. We have a huge advantage, as both the Honorable MIC and Secretary Ma'am said. Being in Bengal, we have a huge advantage of location because we are not just catering to Northeast India, we're also kind of the province which is nearest to Southeast Asia. We are also the province which deals with the entire eastern coast. We are also the province which actually deals with Bangladesh. And 40% of India's trade actually across the borders with Bangladesh. And this is where my waterway discussion comes into the context. Now, we also heard in the morning that we are third in road coverage. We are first in rail density, but one fact has not been discussed so far in this particular webinar. And I would love to tell you all that in terms of the potential of inland waterways, West Bengal is number one. This is a report of IWAI 2019, Government of India, and Bengal stands at number one in the naval potential of the inland waterways. And to build on my case of waterways as a part of the logistics, I would like to discuss a few facts which are actually linked with the costs of the various modes. It's an interesting observation that you use 1 liter of fuel over a kilo. You can move 95 tons on rail, but you can move 215 tons on water. If you're using waterways, you will probably get cost saving to the tune of 3 times that of roadways. But surprisingly, right now, a World Bank report says that 65% of our transportation in the country is all road, and just 1% is waterways. So I think a huge breakthrough that can come of reducing the supply chain cost in the country is by increasing the percentage of waterways in our particular supply chain. And here also, I would like to give you a good news that currently the figures of the Ministry of Shipping, Government of India, and whatever we are finding in the state government data, India's inland water cargo, 70% is in the National Waterways 1, which is basically passing through Calcutta. The waterways which goes from Hooghly onwards till Allahabad and goes via, we talk about Bengal's part, we can talk about from, Haldia to Farakka. And this particular part, which is part of Bengal, is handling 70% of the inland cargo currently. So you imagine we are already the number one in terms of cargo handling in the country, official data. And there is a term called ton kilometer. How long are you moving your cargo? Now, I may carry 100 kgs for 1 kilometer and I may carry 100 kgs for 400 kilometers. So the impact of moving on water is measured in a unit called ton kilometer. And in terms of ton kilometers, National Waterway 1, which is from, Haldia to Farakka, which is a part of Bengal, it is 97% of the cargo of the country. So longest movement of cargo inland waterways in the country is already on National Waterway 1, which is passing through Haldia, Calcutta, and Tribeni. And this is where, we are building the case for the project, which we are all doing, which is in the pipeline. It's a huge project. And this project is basically a World Bank aided development of IWT project. And right now in the phase 1, we've taken the area from Haldi to Farakka, but the span that we've taken is from Raichak to Tribeni. So this particular part of the Bengal Hooghly portion from Raichak to Tribeni is the part that has been taken in the World Bank project. This region, which is part of, Raichak to Tribeni, is covering 6 districts, and in the KMA area, about 30 million people would be impacted, and daily passenger traffic of 25 million people, and a daily truck traffic within KM of almost 30,000. Now, if you see the map of Bengal, right from Raichak to Tribeni, you will see we have only 4 major bridges across the river. So that is where a lot of a breakthrough will be brought about by this project, because this project basically envisages not just the normal improvement of jetties. Now, the first major component of this project is improvement of the jetties. So we are taking up approximately 80 jetties. We'll be renovating the old one and making some new ones. So all the jetties across the river will be renovated. And we are having 8 LCT jetties with ro-ro vessels, which means you can actually move across. have such ro-ro vehicles at various points, the advantage it gives you is that you need not go to a bridge which is say 100 kilometers north of your highway. You could take a shortcut and you can actually cross the river and go across, which is the way it is in Europe. So if planned seamlessly with the other departments, which it is obviously being done in that way, and if the entire logistic planning is done in such a way, we could actually create clusters of seamless movement across the river, reduce the cost. Because I think the primary motive for any business, for any industry, is to reduce the cost of the logistics. Other component of this is, which is actually not linked with cargo, we'll be having passenger vehicles and vessels and all. But the most interesting part of this project, which is basically a $150 million project which World Bank is signing with the transport department, is that a multimodal transport hub is coming up. Now, this multimodal transport hub is on the lines of what has been discussed so far since the afternoon. A multimodal hub is being planned near the KMA region. Right now, the planning stage is going on, so the location is not fixed. But wherever this hub will be built, it will have connectivity with the rail, it will have connectivity with the highways, and there will be a massive across the river movement as well. And this hub will actually help us, improve the logistics, because it's going to be a huge area. And developing this logistics hub is a part of this project. A logistics council is there on the anvil. There's a high-level committee which is headed by the chief secretary. The transport secretary is a member of that. And now, being a part of WTC, we are in the core team of the transport department. There are 3-4 organizations which are looking after, because the West Bengal Transport Corporation, the corporation I'm MD of, basically deals with the maintenance of these jetties and these boats. So indirectly, all that maintenance part of the KMA region will come to us, but definitely the inland waterways, which is a central subject in the fairways concept, will be dealt by with the national laws as well as the state-specific changes wherever deemed fit. Now, what we are going to do in this is comprehensive mobility plan, logistics master plan, and there will be a complete business planning study for the inland waterway sector for this project. It's a huge project, and I don't have the hierarchical authority of saying that, we will call you because this is a meeting of WIDC. I would probably talk to Yadav ma'am later, and I'm sure that when we are coming up with the discussion of the World Bank project, there will be a sharing of the draft with ma'am, and then ma'am can, find it according to her, if deemed fit, whom she wants to share it with in terms of stakeholder consultation. Because as she rightly pointed out, the role of the government is facilitation and not really making decisions on behalf of the private sector. So I think this would really be a game changer in the logistics movement across the river, because once we are done with this particular project in the coming few years, the proportion of waterways in our supply chain will increase, and that will reduce the costs that we've seen. We have already seen that our exports to Bangladesh, the fly ash exports, we are really, our traffic has gone really high, and that is also the reason why 70% cargo is handled by NW1. A huge part of this cargo is the fly ash which goes to Bangladesh, and other, building materials which are going to Bangladesh. So, as ma'am said, I think once we are also done with the drafts in the future, right now we're in the first phase of this World Bank project. We are signing the agreement, we are making the business plan, and right now we are planning a training institute. We move on in this particular project with more discussions and details in this project. Stakeholder consultation with stakeholders from, I think, Yadav ma'am's department as well will be very helpful, because all of you will ultimately be using this. And I think this will pretty much change the logistics scenario of our state, along with the existing roadways and the regular warehousing that goes on. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. So thank you, Mr. Kapoor. I take over the session from here from Debashish, and it's not only the movement of goods which we are looking forward to on river. We are looking at a day when all of us would also, as passengers and people, enjoy our rivers. So that would be, the greatest thing to do if all of us can actually use river transport for personal travel also. So that would be, it's currently limited to crossing the river, but it opens up so much things for river cruise and other sectors of the economy. and tourism is one of the largest employer, and
Well, Ashish, I didn't discuss about the passenger movement, thinking that you guys won't be interested much in that aspect. But yes, it's a major part of our project. And without wanting to overshoot my time of speaking, because it's already very late, let me tell you that we have river cruises longitudinal. In waterways, there are two movements: longitudinal, which runs across the river, and across the river, which you said, the cross ferry. Right now, majority of the vessels which my corporation runs is cross ferry. But with this project, we are going to have high-speed boats which are going to be longitudinally connecting all the tourism sites on the coast, like on the river. Started a month back, we have started a high-speed water jetty, ferry which connects Sirampur with Calcutta. And there's one which connects Chandannagar with Calcutta. So we've already started longitudinal things. I think with this project, we're going to get more high-speed boats, and that is on the anvil. The cruise tourism is on the anvil.
Thank you so much, because unfortunately we have such great rivers, but we are not able to enjoy them. So thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor.
We're moving towards that. In fact, automatic gates are on the anvil. We're going to have automatic gates just like Europe. You need not buy the ticket when you move. It will be deducted. You'll have smart cards. RFID gates will be there already on 40 jetties, and renovation will be done on 80 jetties, and there'll be 374 modern vessels. So imagine it's a huge number. Vessels, about 400 vessels will be there. So definitely there'll be a lot of longitudinal movement as well. And not just for tourism, a lot of people from Sirampur and Chandannagar can actually start coming to Calcutta for their office work. Rather than coming in a car or a bus, they'll prefer ferry. So I think the waterways will see a huge change in the next 5 years if everything goes according to the plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor. That was very insightful, and thank you so much for your time. Now, my pleasure to invite Mr. Mandal, CEO of PJ Real Estate, to give his views on the subject, please.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Good evening. Yeah, you are.
Thank you so much for giving me the chance and the opportunity to speak on the probable government policies which may come. Mostly all of them has been covered in the earlier sessions taken by Gaurav ji and Sachin ji. What I would like to mention out here is that just like we also operate like ESR in Haryana. So just like in Haryana, they have got clusters of logistics. Yes, Haryana is a much more industrial developed state. They have got more manufacturing units, but yes, but still they have identified logistics hub. It is not just like now in Calcutta. If you go from here to Ulu or here to Durgapur, you will find warehouses has sprung up like anything. But there has to be a defined logistics hub so that the truck movement, the service road, that the population movements, the labor movements can take place in a better way. So that gives the spirit to the logistics players, the 3PL players who can function. I'd like to also add on to the point which has been discussed in the earlier session that production, manufacturing, and logistics. Yes, these are the three integral parts. Currently, we are dependent on the e-com players like Flipkart, like Amazon, who will be operating in these big parks. But there are industrial parks also. We are one of the largest MSME players in India, basically the West Bengal. But now those clusters be identified so that they can free up their warehousing space and come to proper warehousing parks where they can reduce their cost of logistics, and that network can be built up to facilitate the logistics park as a whole, rather than dependency on Amazon and Flipkart more, because they are distributing mostly consumer products where we are the end customers. But it's the industry who needs to use the industrial goods. We are one of the bulk movement carriers. Coal, iron ore, all are moved through Haldia or Calcutta port. But the white goods components, the other engineering stuffs, which will cater to the industries, that needs a proper logistics. So that is lagging. And the warehousing, if the warehousing hubs are identified near to the industrial parks or to the hubs of this MSME, that will give a more boost to the warehousing sector. Then coming on to the
A policy, yes, a policy on logistics is welcome. We are waiting for this policy. The other states like Haryana and others have already given it an industrial status and have come up with a proper framework of policy. We are waiting for that. What we would like government to act before it comes, or it takes some time, to have a separate industrial secretary for this, who can jolly well take care of the various problems the warehouse operators or the logistics players are facing in Bengal, and try to cater to that. Not like only Benapol or some kind of where somebody needs to call up Dr. Mitro to get it sorted. It has to be an automated process. And what I would like to say that yes, West Bengal has been doing exceedingly well in the e-platform, but yes, sanctions and other things are a problem. Fire NOC sanctions after the pandemic is yet to start. So that's a big challenge right now. So if it can be done in a single window schemes where we automatically apply, and after a certain time it is automatically approved, and later on the inspection may happen and things can be done, but at least the approvals are in place. So this kind of a thing, proactiveness, just like building sanctions, as Gaurav ji mentioned, in Haryana, we just apply online. It comes automatically within 14 days, the sanction in a particular quoted system. Now then, when getting the occupancy certificate or the completion certificate, what we call in Calcutta, yes, that's a then the challenge comes if we deviated or something like that. Then those queries will come, and the developer has to pay for that. But if we really look at it, it is automatically, at least while starting the constructions, there is no challenge. When you apply for the fire NOC, no challenge. A fire scheme, there is no challenge. So those things has to be mitigated. Everything, all the licensing and everything works in tandem along with the business. So if e-governance can be brought into this picture, since Vandana madam was there, so I would like the forum to take this up. So it will actually add to the growth of the logistics industry in Bengal in a much bigger way. Time is almost over. I had a presentation, so I am cutting it short. And I would like to, I mean, this is the third or fourth instance where I have been invited by CII to speak in the Colloquium. And it's a great learning platform, and would like to be a part of it in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mandal. I think you made your points in a short deliberation, and so I think Mr. Kapoor wants to leave, so it's fine. So next on the agenda is so we have two youngsters, Prateek and Dhruv. So just request Prateek Jalan to speak. Prateek, over to you.
Yeah, very good evening. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yeah.
Yeah, firstly, I would like to thank CII to give me this opportunity to share my thoughts on the warehousing and logistic industry and its potential growth in India. As we are running short of time, I'll just try being a little quick and just give a little insight about what we do at Jalan Builders and what we feel would be good to implement in the policies for warehousing, even though most of the points have already been covered, and Gaurav has very well covered all points in details. Just to give a small introduction, Jalan Group has assisted in developing close to 2,000 acres of industrial and warehousing land in Havra region in Kolkata. And we are catering close to 1.5 million of square feet of operational warehousing space across our two parks. And also we are catering around 600 micro, small and medium manufacturing industries in the parks. Very recently, we've launched three more parks, which is more integrated for logistics. And these are grade A parks, which are coming in different regions of Havra. We've also made the biggest single box in East India of 4 lakh square feet. for an e-commerce company last year, which is now generating close to 1,000 employees. And for the next year, we also plan to make around a million square feet of speculative and build-to-suit warehouses in our logistic parks. Um, just to give a small insight in logistics, I would just like to mention that West Bengal, especially Kolkata, has become a logistic hotspot. As our earlier fellow speakers have already mentioned, the importance and advantages of West Bengal's geographical location and the various logistic connectivity by road, rail, sea, and air, which makes us an integral part of the supply chain and also puts us in the center of a country like India, which is consumer based, and other manufacturing countries like India itself and other South Asian countries. Warehousing in Bengal in the last couple of years has become one of the most preferred asset class in real estate. We've also attracted a lot of foreign investments, ESR being one of the examples, and the industry has absorbed close to 4 million square feet of warehousing space in the last 18 months. So, I mean, the potential for warehousing is already been established in the last 2-3 years in Calcutta, and it is also growing at a rate of almost 10% year on year. And these are not only e-commerce companies which are more highlighted, but there are also other companies and manufacturers who actually have to fuel them with supplies, because e-commerce companies are mainly B2C organizations who deal directly with the customers, but ultimately we have a lot of other companies who have to supply to these e-commerce companies in order to fulfill the requirements. And there are a few more other reasons why warehousing has become important in West Bengal, as Mr. Sachin also mentioned earlier, that West Bengal is more inclined towards infrastructure and agriculture industries because of our natural resources, which we have in abundance in West Bengal. So at the same time, consumer-based manufacturing in West Bengal is much lower. And because we are one of the highly populated states in India, we have a high per capita consumption, and therefore these warehouses are how uh, the requirements for the consumptions are met, and that is one of the biggest reasons why it is growing so much. When we talk about the policies, I think the state government has shown a lot of support to boost the industry, and is constantly working on better road and inland connectivities, which will be a big factor in contributing to the growth of the logistic industry. And with the new logistic policy, we feel that Kolkata would become a trading and distribution hub for the entire northeast belt and far east belt, as already mentioned by our fellow speakers. But the few of the policies which are very important, which has to be mentioned, as Mr. Bevis also mentioned earlier, that logistics is a very important part of the economy, and its importance has been seen during these crucial times. So we have to make sure that the policies are made very simple and they are very transparent, and the implementation of these policies are much faster than what we are facing today. As Gaurav also mentioned, I'll just want to highlight a few of the points which is already mentioned, that a few policies like deem approval would really boost the industry, because we are still struggling with approvals, timelines for approvals, and that is one of the main reasons why the projects get really delayed. Ideally, we can develop a warehouse within 5 to 6 months, but the approvals itself takes around 8 to 10 months. So that is much more than what it actually take to develop the warehouses. So if the approvals can be fast tracked, it would really boost the industry. Apart from that, land ceiling again has already been discussed by Mr. Bastro from Aquilo, but land ceiling is one area where if the government is more flexible or faster in approving a 14Y, it will really help the logistics industry, because for warehousing parks, we need huge areas of land, and the current ceiling of 17 acres for agricultural land isn't enough actually to kickstart with. So land ceiling would definitely help us a lot if there's some relief in that. And another incentive that could be passed on is stamp duty. Gaurav has again already covered this, but uh, in terms of stamp duty, when we buy land, we pay stamp duty, and then when we put the warehouses on lease, and generally all these leases are very long term, so we have to get them registered for the security of both the lessor and the lessee. And when we get these registered, then we pay an additional stamp duty on it, which is almost equivalent to the sale price, because these are long-term lease agreements, and so the stamp duty calculation comes on deemed sale policies. So this is a double stamp duty impact that we face. Another thing that has been covered before is that the FAR consumptions are much lower. So in terms of that, if there could be any kind of incentives that could be passed on to us, that would also be of a great help. Also, I just want to summarize that the government is already offering us a lot of land for warehousing development, but uh, we would actually request the government to give us land which are much closer to the city, because most of the warehousing that is coming in Kolkata or in West Bengal are more towards B2C. So the operators have to be much closer to the cities, and areas near the port would not be preferable for them. So having land parcels available nearer to the city would be of a great help. And I think that's about it. Most of the other points have already been covered, so I'll want to cut it short. Thank you so much for having me here. Please.
Thank you, Pratik. I think I hope you've not cut down your what you wanted to speak, because we have overrun on time big time. But thank you so much for
It's okay. Thank you.
for your comments and all your remarks, and also to help us to save a little bit on time. And it's now my pleasure to invite Dhruv Agarwal, Director ProSpace, to interact with us. Over to
Yes.
you, Dhruv.
Hi, Ashish. Good evening,
Hi.
everyone. I think I'm one of the last speakers, and most of the topics are already covered and they've touched base. But yes, I would like to give my view on being a warehouse developer. We are developing 1.5 million square feet, and I would like to give my views regarding where policies would actually help us to improve the turnaround time for warehouses and how we could reduce the development time. So, firstly, I would want the government, if the government could establish a a warehouse focused cell for developers and the other stakeholders in the industry to come together, it would be of great help. The cell could address the issues of developers and warehouse operators. They could take the perspective of developers in drafting the logistic policy, which is very important, because in the logistic policy, the warehouse aspect has to be looked. um, Also, that cell would help align the industry's requirements with the different government bodies that we regularly interact with. So, one example that I would like to give is for in case of Hooghly, the ground coverage over there has been reduced to 40%. Now, to build large warehouses, there's a restriction of land of 17 acres and 24 acres. And at the same time, if the ground coverage gets reduced to 40%, it becomes very difficult for us to develop grade A facilities. Now, grade A facilities, they come with a lot of challenges, because they have 15-meter height buildings, they have about 50 to 60% ground coverage, they need standing seam roofing, they need sewage treatment plants, they need green building certifications, etc. Like the one like the one ESR is developed in Uluberia. So for such facilities to develop, we actually need to first of all increase the land ceiling or provide ways in which logistic parks could be established. Secondly, at the same time, we would require the government to consider increasing the ground coverage ratio. Because if you look at a warehouse building doesn't go vertically 5 floors, 10 floors, 15 floors. It's a single structure. And over here, we don't utilize the FAR. So instead of not utilizing the FAR, we should be given some relaxation in the ground coverage. Maybe it should be increased to 60, 65%, so that it helps the industry and also developers to grow. Secondly, fire norms. Now, I would like to thank the government, because they've reduced the fire fees from 10 rupees per square feet to 1 rupee a square feet, and which is a big help and boost to the warehousing industry. But at the same time, our cell or a body needs to align the warehouse requirements with the fire norms. A simple thing over there is, like in fire department, you need compartments. So if from operational point of view, a warehouse cannot have compartments inside. So we need the government to address such issues that we developers face. Again, single window clearance is one thing that would also help us a lot, because there is water clearance, there's fire clearance, there's pollution clearance. So a time-bound single window clearance would help us a lot. Now, I would also like to highlight that the government should look at according industry status to us, maybe provide some incentives like capital subsidy, interest rate subsidy, or electricity duty waiver, stamp duty and registration reductions, labor law relaxations. These would actually help us a lot, being developers, to make grade A facilities. So yeah, I think most of the points which I wanted to discuss have been covered by earlier speakers, and these were the main things that I wanted to discuss. That if the government could involve all stakeholders in the industry to develop the logistic policy and hear our views as well. Yeah, over to you, Ashish.
Thank you, Dhruv. Actually, the point here is, we have a government which is willing to listen, and both the minister and Ms. Yadav have already indicated that the policy would be given to the stakeholders to comment. And I think I would request CII to to ensure that it goes to the right people for comments. So we have come to almost to the end of this session. And towards the end, we have Mr. Abhishek Mukherjee from KPMG. So Abhishek, so I just ask you, what is your view about, what would change post-COVID in the logistics sector? What is the view of KPMG here?
See, hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Hi. So broadly, most of the things are covered. So I'll say that post-COVID, the impact would be, we have seen certain changes. There is reduction in freight volume, and this freight volume, and this is not uniform. The revival has already started. Revival started in a way that for things like agro-produce and FMCG, freight movement has picked up to around 70% of pre-COVID levels by May or so, but not so for the mining industry or the infra industry, other elements of freight. So it is taking time. At the same time, as business to business movement has generally reduced, what has enhanced is actually the business to consumer delivery of goods, especially with enhanced usage of e-commerce. So that is a new element. Not everything are negative. First of all, that's to note. So there is a diversion in the focus on freight type and nature of movement. Business, and this has been a global trend. More so in the advanced economies, it has been more because e-commerce consumers got totally hooked onto e-commerce for getting their things. It is not to that extent in economies in India because consumers are also having affordability issues right now. So not that much as in global context. Number one is this. So this is one aspect, and there are other positive aspects to note also. While there has been dip in freight traffic and things like that, things have started looking positive. I'll delve a minute or two on the status part, on the situation, and then some of the points where what some of the recommendations, possible solutions to take it forward, right? So some of the positive things because of that happened during COVID. For example, in the railway sector, railways may the average speed of our freight vehicles is around 25 kilometers per hour. Because of absence of passenger trains on normally congested railway tracks, freight train movements could achieve an average speed of around 50 kilometers per hour. Certainly, it is a short-term thing. So everything, so it's a perspective also. We need to look at a positive aspects as well. And regarding the overall assessment of the situation post-impact. Things are looking better. Another indicator I'll just suggest, which would be of importance and which should give all of us, the stakeholders in the logistics space, some confidence. See, toll collection on NHAIs was suspended temporarily during the COVID times. And after it was allowed, after March end, it achieved around 82% of the post-COVID, of the pre-COVID levels, 82%, about 7 days back. And with usme freight component, which was around 88% in the early days, has now enhanced to 91%. So these are positive indicators. They are not all are to, there's no, we cannot afford to despair or look forward. This is the situational aspect. On the interventions aspect, we should remember that some of the long-term changes that we require is having digital intervention at every point of time. Just for example, things like having payments and the processes to the extent possible making digital, that is to streamline the process and at the same time to factor in the current requirement of social distancing. Or for example, the confidence level of the users of logistics services get enhanced when we use digital platforms. Just a pointer here. For example, in India, trucks for the last and first mile connectivity, irrespective of the mode of transport in logistics, trucks play a significant role. And in India, it is mostly a disorganized sector with a truck owner in general owning in the range of 1 to 5 trucks. So once you have an aggregated digital platform, by the way, the Ministry of Commerce is playing a big role in doing this through an e-commerce platform. We are involved with them in that initiative. So when you have a digital platform where all truck providers can have a pool of trucks available, then I, as a taker of logistics services through that platform, have a higher confidence level of getting a truck well in time and as per my rates. They cannot demand unnecessarily high rates. So digital interventions is one thing. Secondly is infrastructure creation for the time being, because of the consumptions getting staggered. Whatever are the big projections in the Indian context may be staggered by 2-3 years in terms of investments in capital infrastructure. And most importantly, we also need to look at redundancies in infrastructure. That is redundancy creation in infrastructure. That is, this as Vandana Madam pointed out, this has been a real eye opener for us. In future, by redundancy in infrastructure, let me be a bit explicit. What we mean is, in future, suppose we have India in the coming days would continue to rely maximum on road transport in some way or the other. So in future, because of a pandemic where trucks get caught somewhere, we cannot enable truck movement, there should be some alternate route somewhere, maybe through a low COVID perspective area. So that is an alternate infrastructure, maybe a bit of capital investment, but it may act as a facilitator in times of crisis or change in shift in mode from land roads to waterways. So see, these are some of the ideas. And on the policy perspective, we need to look at things like having SOPs, standard operating procedures in terms of sanitization, keeping social distance and overall process streamlining. So, and on the financial aspect, of course, we need things like special loans, working capital facilitation to the logistics service providers, staggering of repayment of loan provisions or subsidized interest rates. So as a combination of infrastructure, policy, financing, most importantly, digital solutions across sectors, we should be, and there should be a proper classification of immediate measures and mid to long-term measures. Through a host of these measures, we can make the situation better in coming days, and I'm sure about that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. Sorry, I had to rush you through because I know KPMG has done a lot of work on that. And see, the best part is any good news is welcome. So, things are so bad. People should start welcoming any small bit of good news which comes in. So any data which points out to recovery is good data for us, right? So thank you so much, Abhishek. So on behalf of CII Committee on Logistics and Supply Chain Management Task Force, I thank all the speakers for sparing their time and spending half of their weekend actually with us. Thank you, CII, for organizing this. I think we had 1,000+ people attending, which is quite an achievement, especially in Calcutta, to get that type of audience. And that's why I think digital is helping us to connect to more people and getting eminent speakers and good panelists like we had today. So thank you very much. Good night to all of you and have a great weekend. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for steering the session. I also take the opportunity to thank all the speakers and the participants all across the country for joining this session. So with this word, we are basically ending the 13th edition of Logistics Colloquium. Stay well, stay safe. Goodbye.